Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. Kinda. So we're in we're not in it. We're kinda, I don't know. Words are hard. My brain is immediately fried at the beginning of the stream. This is gonna go great. We are starting and finishing 5.4 today. Futures Rewritten. Which somewhat confuses me as a title. A little bit. I get the name. I get the point. We are now going into a future that is completely unknown even to Graha. We have rewritten the future because we've averted like everything to do with the 8th Honorable Calamity. Everything about the 8th Honorable Calamity has been avoided at this point. So we have rewritten the future. We're going into a rewritten future. But also, like, the new Ultimate, I think it's the newest, about the lesbians, is called Futures Rewritten Ultimate. Because that's why it's called Fru. So I don't get why the Ultimate is named after this patch. I mean, I guess this patch is, like, when the last Eden tier would have come out. But it's just like, so is the name of, like, Futures Rewritten works with the MSQ, but is the name Futures Rewritten actually referring more to the raid series than the actual MSQ? Because, I mean, the name of it isn't, but the art of it is. If you go back to my episode of 5.1, Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty, that ties into the MSQ. But the picture for it is freaking Meteor with 2P. Which, for my LP, was literally the previous episode, so there's 2 episodes in a row that have 2P in the thumbnail and stuff like that. So it's a refer to both? Okay. Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty is also... it makes sense for the MSQ, but now that I think about it, yeah, because, yeah, Virtuous and Cruel are literally 2B and 9S's weapons as well. It makes sense in the MSQ as well. But it is also, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, Trash is making a good point. We did 5.3. And now the game's story continues. How does it do that? It's up for... I read that message and I almost said sup fire. Sup, Karna. I'm genius. I had a sneeze attack this morning when I woke up, like 2 hours before the stream. I sneezed a lot in a row, and my nose is still fucked from that, and I think it's also getting into my brain. It's the beginning of the end. Well, that's the thing. This is going to, in theory, I mean, I feel like they've already been doing it. Endwalker doesn't have the same time as any previous expansion because we won't get a 6.123 epilogue in Endwalker. I know that already. I wanted to hard confirm that before we got there because I'm just like, I wanted to like plan around the end. So we don't get another 3 patches of epilogue for Endwalker, which is what I was saying. Like, I noticed that detail already affecting the writing back in 5.1. Because they've been establishing what Endwalker's going to... Like, they've been establishing the build-up to Endwalker since 5.1. Very explicitly. Because everything in 5.1, 2, and 3 is, like, that's Shadowbringers, is very much about, like, you know, the first and everything like that. But they're still setting up everything in terms of, like, Garlemald fucking falling apart. And Xenos coming back and everything like that. They've been setting that up since 5.1. And honestly, they were setting it up the entirety of Shadowbringers as well. Because we had Meanwhile and Garlemald about a dozen times. But a lot of that was also about Shadowbringers. A lot of the Meanwhile in Garlemald that we got during Shadowbringers was about stopping Black Rose, which is a direct Shadowbringers thing, not an Endwalker thing. Endwalker thing seems to be whatever Xenos is doing with Garlemald, whereas Black Rose is a Shadowbringers thing. Garlemald's one that is doing a little civil war, just a bit of civil war. It's only their second civil war in the space of about 3 or 4 years. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's okay. I'm sure Garlemald is chill. I feel like we have to go to Garlemald and Sharlayan during Endwalker, just because, like, if it's gonna be the final chapter of everything we're doing up to this point, Sharlayan and Garlemald are the two biggest things that we've heard so much about that have never gone there. So I feel like we have to go to, bare minimum, those places. Hey, so... But also, at this point, bruh, fucking what Garlemald are we going to in Endwalker? What fucking Garlemald? None of it's gonna be left by the time we get there. Yo, Sonic! Yo, Sonic! Hell yeah. I will say... What? I thought it was like Lamonde turning back into a Hrothgar, like, because we did What? Come back here! Come the fuck back here! No, come back here and stay here! Oi! Oi! Get your ass over here! Get. I'm gonna teleporting and appear on that side. Get over here! Get over here! Where are you? Show yourself! Come back here! Sonic is running around at the speed of sounds as well. It's nice to be back in Limsa. Starting episodes in Limsa again, it's fucking chaos again. We start episodes in the Crystarium, and outside of people jumping off the roof on me, there's not a lot of people hanging around and everything like that, which feels appropriate for what that is. But starting an episode in Limsa again, and everything is fucking ridiculous again. I love it. But, what? Because it's right to look, they did it all without us. I'm so confused. Turn up a level 88 for the trials. That's just a smoking crater. That's the thing. It's just like, we have to go to Garlemald Sharlayan. I know my whole job prediction has not exactly worked out in terms of, oh, the jobs for each expansion are like from the places that we go to for that expansion. And that didn't work out in Shadowbringers because it's Bosnia and Fathernet for Gunbreaker. Hello. Stay here! Let me look at you! But then we also did go to Bosnia, but we still haven't gone to Fathernet. So I know that just saying that, oh, well, it's Sage and Reaper, so we've got to go to Sharlayan. But, like, it's the end, right? Endwalker, end of everything that we've done up to that point. We have to go to Sharlayan and Garlemald. But again, what fucking Garlemald will be left by the time we get there, brah? Like, the last thing that we saw was Zeno storming the throne room with like 40 billion dead soldiers. And there's seemingly every single legion outside of the 14th, because it doesn't exist, outside of the 4th, because they're trying to make their own Garlemald with blackjack and hookers. It seems like every single legion is currently going to war with each other. It is not just a two-sided civil war in Garlemald right now. It seriously... Thanks, Sonic. It seriously seems like every single legion... Sonic, are you aware that the stream is happening? Sonic, are you in chat right now? You're jumping so past the camera directly that I feel like you're in chat. But I also have no idea who, I can't target you. I have no idea who Malithor Shadowbane is. They're like 4 corpses, you're being a little dramatic. I feel like there was a lot of dead people. Funny Daniel had to, hello. Stay still so I can look at how hot you are. God damn it. Funny Daniel had to literally step over the corpses to get there. He emotes everyone in the palace. No, well, it was like, the whole thing was just like, it bored Xenos to like take the entire thing over. Just like how hot slash cute Rhea is instead. Minor Fist is like nearly 30 at this point. I feel like that's inappropriate. Minor Fist is nearly 30. Unfortunately, Rhea is off limits to her. That isn't stopping her. So, yeah, we have MSQ. We have Limsa, Fun Times Go. I'm chasing Sonic. I'm chasing Sonic! 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 Hi, Sonic. So I've gotten very distracted. I've gotten very distracted by a lot of things happening. Let's go to Moderna and let's start some MSQ. It's gonna be a long one like it always is for MSQ. Patch MSQ is always particularly long. Patch MSQ always feels longer than base expansion MSQ outside of like the beginning and the end. Actually, not the beginning, the end. Don't look under the bridge. I've teleported away. You clearly don't want your lion titties to be motorboated, so I've accepted that this is not something that you want, so I'm leaving. What? Clone, what the hell? Clone, what the hell? Nothing, apparently. Nothing. Totally not gonna gaslight me by going back out and using this as the 1 hour window that you have to Fantasia and come back as an Aura and just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Totally not trying to gaslight me at all. What's up, Graha? See, with unwritten history, you could almost say that the future has been rewritten. Alright, Kryl! Alice's quest. Immediately starting the beginning of Endwalker with sup, Alice. Ooh. Kryl's eyes light up at the sight of you. Aw, she still has a crush on us. Oh, greetings, Manifest. Come to look in on our friends. Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and have satisfied myself that they are all in fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's respite to discuss how best to discuss their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? We finally kicked a Nukel High out of there so we can actually go in there ourselves. Oh, no, sorry, no, sorry.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
I was thinking, Dawn's Respite, right, is the new room that they made for the beds. Sorry, we're not going into the solar, or whatever it's called in this version. I forget what it's called. Sorry, kicking a Nukel High out isn't actually required, so, yeah. So we'll never use that room again, because it's never actually required for you to do.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I have a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth.
Oh, right, we stopped a Calamity, but Garlemald's still fucked. They might be civil warring themselves, but they still hate us. That's just his own room. His room now. He owns it. He literally moved to another planet, and he still gets to keep all his furniture there.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
Okay, to be fair, did Xenos actually plan for a civil war? Or did Xenos kill his dad because fuck you, don't use poison gas to murder my friend enemy? I don't know if Xenos cares about a civil war. Hey, Manifest, whatever happens, remember alter weapons. What do you mean you didn't check that out? We're doing that after 5.4. because I needed something to give us more time so I could do more Zone 2 of Bosnia. Because I have a very short window to do that, and so I needed to shove something else to do after 5.4, so I would have more time to do Zone 2. So trials are then. It'll be fine, don't worry about it.
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission.
Orion J, are you stealth? I know you do like subterfuge, but that's more so like personality stuff, not like actually sneaking about stuff. Thancred looks at you confused. Don't worry about it, Thancred. I'm a warrior of light. I'm a busy
Be
person.
assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Thancred, let me join you. I have to, charge your ammunition, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need to charge my ammunition. You're right, that you should join me. Alright, you two go have your honeymoon. Hey, their kids have flown the nest. Because they're now... Well, I guess no, their kid actually didn't. They flew the nest away from their kid. They still don't have to deal about a kid anymore. Now they can actually do their honeymoon. They flew their kid's nest. Yeah, it's a little different. That's what my parents did. I heard they're currently ravaging the countryside, but okay, you know best.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Oh. I mean, this is Alice's quest.
Welcome
Lise!
back, everyone.
Lise having all of the Scions return and hearing about Manifest's new situation. I heard Manifest was in a polycule! Comes immediately running as fast as possible. Yo, I heard you guys are undead now.
Lise!
Yo!
You're fine now, right? No
Yeah,
more
just like- yeah.
headaches or keeling over?
No, I still get that, but that's because of the echo. The rest of them are fine. Ice cream and definitely nothing else. There's nothing else about Clone happening today. It's just that having ice cream. You're just talking about her and your hottest take that what she's a good character, and that a lot of people just aggressively don't like her because they're sexist morons. Yeah, yeah.
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
We took like a month off. We've recovered. Never.
The famous Lise Hext, former Scion, and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
You feel a lot more like Graha than the Exarch right now, I'm not gonna lie. You feel more Graha than Exarch. Graha, you're literally dating the Warrior of Light. I figured you would have gained enough confidence to, like, not be starstruck. Sorry, you have
I
a...
don't believe we've met.
You have a Catboy now? When did this happen? When did the Catboy join?
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
This isn't starstruck, this is hero fetish. Is Lise actually an Archon, though? Like, Lise specifically. Not Ida, but Lise specifically. Yeah, that's what I mean. Krail, Lise isn't an Archon. Ida was. Follow the unlike characters will take a lot of screen time in their expansion. That leads me to believe the main reason is people's crying that the wall screen time is taken. Damn, it's almost like it's an MMO with an ensemble cast for literally every expansion. Weird. Krail, I didn't actually go to college, I just hung out in Scion.
Grahat here, at your service.
That's
I
just
have
his line
read
now,
much
I guess.
and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
That's just gonna be what he says every time you see someone now, isn't it? Graha here at your service.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Oh, you're Graha.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade, one would be hard-pressed to find.
It's, like, so noticeable how different, like... Remember when we first got to the first? Graha trying to make up a lost time here. Remember when we first got to the first? We'd actually go from Crystal Tower. I never did those routes. What do you mean? We're in 5.4 least. They were mandatory now. When we first get to the first, so many of them are just like, I don't fucking trust the Exarch as far as I can throw him. And he's a tiny little twink, so I could probably throw him quite far. When we first get there, like, some of them are just like the twins are more trusting of him. But some of them are just like, yeah, I'm literally not going to the Crystarium anymore because I don't want to be around him. And, once he actually revealed himself to us, and we actually started working together and he wasn't hiding shit from us, then it's just like, oh, actually, he's awesome. Wow, he really has reverted to a young boy.
I did glance at the report, but I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
He really has reverted back to a young boy. Yeah, a lot of shit went down.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Hopefully we've avoided them literally forever. I mean, I guess technically one could still accidentally happen if the forces of nature happen to really particularly fuck us. But we should be good. We should be good on rejoining from this point. Because all the Unsundered are gone, and the one Ascian that we know that's still around seems to actively not care. We should be okay. You know, man, a flattering picture with the whole trying to yank the wall and missing 5 times bit. Yeah. I guess that would piss people off a little bit.
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition.
Yeah, but they're all unsundered. We only know of one that's, like, still hanging around. We only know of Funny Daniel. Every other Ascian that we've heard of has been dealt with at this point. Unless you want to talk about an Ascian that's brought up in 1.0, in which case, I don't care. I mean, I care in terms of, like, have they done anything with it, but I'm like, I personally don't know, so it doesn't affect me. Even weirder than reverting man, settled down for a 1,000-year nap and wakes up with an extra 100+ years of memories. And watching her rejoining happen by random chance. Runs alive! Oh shit, quick, run it back! Go, go, go! Might be the worst red split of all time, but we can still do this. Look, no one's ever even completed this run. It doesn't matter about how bad the split is. We can still make it at the #1 on the leaderboard. Go, go, go!
And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
Like if one of the shards just has like a particularly fucked like bushfire season, right? And then the source has at the same time a particularly fucked bushfire season. It could still technically happen, right? Right, it could technically... It's like... It's still definitely possible. Like, there are natural events that can naturally shift... the elements of a shard one way or another. It does seem like it has to go really far. Like, the first literally had an everlasting light in the sky. There was so much of it. So you do need a lot of it. But, like, say that one of the shards goes into an actual ice age, where like the entire thing freezes over. Guys, calm down. Guys, you can calm down. The calamities aren't happening anymore, said Orianjay. Tempting fate. It's alright. They've only happened 7 times in history, and we undid an 8th one from history, but they're done forever now. We're fine. All calamities are Ascian schemes, right? Presumably. We don't know enough about, like, the first 2 because so long ago so many destructions have happened since then, so little, like, records exist from it that we have no idea. But I mean, again, because you need one of the reflections to be overwhelmingly in one direction of element, and then you need a trigger event on the source at the same time. So those 2 happening coincidentally by random chance is unlikely, but it isn't impossible. It's not impossible. One day it could just fucking happen by random chance. It's not impossible. Calamity because the star just decided to do that. That's my thing. That's my thing. We can never rule it out because the forces of nature, who fucking knows?
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
Feeling a bit more 10 out of 14 today. It's alright, I still have confidence in Hydaelyn. I know the game wants me to, like, shirk away from trusting in Hydaelyn, since the reveal that Hydaelyn is a primal, but I'm gonna be honest, everything, like, the game said Hydaelyn is a primal, but then the game is still just like, but also all of the people who summoned Hydaelyn are, like, people who I agree with, so I still trust Hydaelyn, like, herself. And again, like, it's not even, like, Zodiac specifically isn't even, like, a negative entity. Like, the original summoning of Zodiac, like, I don't even necessarily disagree with that. Because that is, like, the whole idea of, like, the people who want to summon Hydaelyn was, like, they're sacrificing themselves so the people of the future can have their lives. Whereas the people who wanted to continue sacrificing the Zodiac wanted to sacrifice the people of the future so they could maintain theirs. But the people who originally sacrificed themselves to create Zodiac were also sacrificing themselves so that others may live on. In a particular way, the reason for the original summoning of Zodiac, in terms of, like, the mentality, in terms of, like, who you're entrusting the future to, lines up with Hydaelyn. It was the subsequent sacrifices to Zodiac, one that happened and the other one that didn't, that, like, well, the third one particularly that didn't happen, that really starts to, like, go against, like, what the original one was. We kill Elidibus, the literal heart of Zodiac. Well, I mean, Zodiac's, like, imprisoned. Hydaelyn has very much described Zodiac as being imprisoned. So I don't think we have to worry about a primal being, like, on the loose without a heart. Because it just means that, like, it's still imprisoned, it's okay. Unless, like, because Zodiac doesn't have a heart, will that make it easier for Xenos to do, like, whatever the fuck he wants to do to Zodiac? Like, maybe if Elidibus was there, Elidibus could, like, fight back against Xenos more as that or anything like that. I don't... Like, again, the whole idea of being the heart of a primal is something that we're still a bit unsure of what exactly that means. We don't know how much that is or isn't similar to, like, the summonings of, like, Phoenix or Shiva or, at this point, the Queen, and stuff like that. So, we're still, like, we're not sure what the heart exactly means there. Also Elidibus is sundered. Elidibus. No, Elidibus specifically didn't get sundered. Zodiac is sundered.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared.
That would be one thing that I would have to wonder immediately. If we killed Zodiac, right? The other shards of Zodiac would still exist elsewhere, right? Being sundered? Like, say Xenos manages to go nom 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 on a Zodiac, because he literally used the word gorge. He literally used the word gorge. Say that Xenos actually gorges on Zodiac and stuff like that. If Xenos, like, learns how to shard hop, can Xenos just hop to other shards and keep eating more Zodiac pieces? Would that in theory work? In theory, would that work? What if we accidentally rejoin Zodiac? What if we accidentally rejoin Zodiac by Xenos going to every shard and eating every piece? Will that work?
Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
Are we specifically saying that we need to deal with Zodiac specifically? Xenos wants his Gundam Bale. See, if this was like a Final Fantasy that like wasn't an MMO, my prediction is still in some capacities. It's like Xenos, Zodiac, Warrior of Light, Hydaelyn doing battle and like on to town on each other and shit like that. But I mean, like, you could have like massive big kaiju battles if this was Final Fantasy 16. You could like physically control that in a big ass badass fight. It's like the one thing I know about 16 is just like there are big primal fights. So I think they're talking about like Zodiac is still an enemy, or Zodiac is still like a force to be stopped. Do we need to? Like the idea of making sure that no one can like use Zodiac's power to wreak havoc upon the star. Yeah, I get that. But like, Y'shtola, are you like immediately going for this, so therefore we should kill it before anyone can do that plan? Like, what's... How many benign primals have the Scions met so far? Zodiac is the one that is literally imprisoned though. And it's imprisoned on the moon, so it's not like it's affecting our star by draining Aether.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
So I think, like, we defeated all of the Unsundered, like, at this point, I mean, obviously there's Funny Daniel and Xenos, and they want to do their shit, involving Zodiac, Gorge, and things like that. But for our Scions, like, we're still gonna have caution. But I mean, like, at this point, surely they're thinking it's like, well, mostly it's done now, right? And then Lol and Walker, here's Funny Daniel, here's Xenos, they're gonna be dicks. Looks like here's given the only axe described to him, holding the farm days restoring living additions to the Unsundered world. Well, it's more so think about, like, what Elidibus could do. Like, the desire for salvation for Elidibus led to him trying to kill countless people. I think that's the part of it that is more so, like, what Y'shtola's worried about. Y'shtola's worried about the mentality of Zodiac being salvation. How can that purpose and that desire be twisted? I think that's more so what Y'shtola's talking about. I mean also just like, it is also an incredibly powerful primal, and until we showed up, even basic bitch primals comparatively to Zodiac were things that were a nightmare for anyone to deal with.
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire.
God, how do people not like Lise? How do people not like Lise? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get how people don't like her. Outside of the bigotry.
So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne.
Is Nerva one of the twins that we fought? I forget the names. It's mostly just that, yeah. Is Nerva one of the twins from the end of Gimlet Dark or not? I always forget their names. Because I feel like those two would... Because, like, those two were also... Like, they were pretty... No, it's not that, okay. Because those two twins that we fought at the end of Gimlet Dark are important. So I feel like they would try to do something together to try and take it over. Nerva's a Legatus, okay.
The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
Oh, they're Emperor bodyguards. I'll imagine they would take umbrage with people trying to, like, take the Emperor's throne if they were, like, bodyguards to him. Okay, well... We're already at the point where huge swaths of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. Seriously, what Garlemald will be left by the time we get there? Oh, fascist empire imploding on yourself because your, like, whole ideology that you're built on is completely unself-sustainable and self-cannibalizing. Oh, Garlemald! Anya and Julia, that's the ones, okay. Xenos killed the bodyguards, but to be fair, if they were, if they were, like, guarding Varys and Varys is dead, then they're probably dead as well, eh?
The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
They lives, we got Transpicity and Gaius Wombo combo in the solo duty. It is one hell of a Wombo
To
combo.
Alamigo, then.
It is one hell of a Wombo
Why don't
combo.
you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Alright, this quest is called Alice's quest.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Fucking Jesus Christ, aspirations, woman. Fucking aspirations, goddamn girl. I assume this has to do with, trying to do what she did for, Halric to Tempered. And try to find a way to make that work. Was there shopping for a new trip, probably?
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you used to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'll be honest, if we can cure the Tempered, holy shit, how many problems go away? If we can actually cure the Tempered, how many problems disappear? They don't, well, not disappear, but, like, become a lot easier to deal with. I can't, like, curing the Temper doesn't immediately bring peace to Eorzea, but it goes a long way. It goes a long way. Like, I can imagine a number of the societies that have a lot of Tempered in them still wouldn't be happy. But it would help a lot. But obviously, she's thinking about Garbu. Her primary thought is absolutely going to be Garbu.
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alize, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best.
Again, how do people not like Lise?
I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
I mean, to be fair, it's a meeting about what to do about the war. It's probably important, but so is curing the Tempered. I like stuffy meetings. I do like how you can say this. I like stuffy meetings. But it's Alice, like Minifest doesn't care about being in a stuffy meeting. She likes talking and stuff like that. But it's just like, this is Alice clearly wanting to help Gabu. We have to be there for her. Alice wants to help Gabu.
I knew you'd say yes.
We need to be there for her. We were there when it happened. We've been there when Alice has checked in on Gabu. We need to be there for her.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Graha, you need to get some of that Exarch confidence back. It's very notable. It's so... I do appreciate that it is like a distinct, noticeable difference.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Y'shtola be like, the polycule isn't a competition, but if it is, I'm gonna win. It's not a contest. But just know it, if it ever becomes one, Graha. Just know if it ever becomes one.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
It is so noticeable how different Graha is. Like, he's still Graha. He's just like...
We shall be on our way,
100
then.
years younger.
Godspeed.
Yes, put the least boobs walking right towards the camera, directly in the middle of the frame, the entire time. Give the fans what they want. Oh, Tataru! Hi, you showed up, apparently. When your stroller is about, one cannot afford even the slightest slip. Don't worry, I can say with complete confidence that Graha is dressed for anything. Yeah, I guess I could grab the scarf if I wanted to beg him on the road. No, what? Yeah. Oh dear, she knows you're teasable now, Graha. When I set up to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. And having proved that Light Corrupted are not lost, I am convinced that the same must be true of the Tempered. Comparatively speaking, I feel like the Tempered are less fucked than the Light Corrupted. Just because the people who got Light Corrupted at some point basically didn't have any consciousness. Whereas the Tempered always have that consciousness. It's just, it gets totally twisted into being what they're devoted to. Though that being said, no, Gabu hasn't spoken a word since. That being said, Gabu specifically, like, they've met, like, has not said any words when we've, like, seen him after he's been tempered, I think. So there is that. Depends on which one, how far, probably considering you get... Yeah, you can, yeah, because they can both transform your body. You can turn into a Sin Eater, you can turn into a squid person. You can be a kid, and then you can be a squid, but you cannot go back from being a squid to a kid. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the Aether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant. And though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. Pig. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alice, and it warrants a full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try. But however much I like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness. Not when a child's life is at stake. And I'm sure Becklog would remind us we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. Alright, sorry Matoya, we're gonna have to annoy you. Who else are we gonna bother about this? Sorry Matoya, we're bothering you again. And so before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt, and the combined work of the many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. I imagine most people consider it a lost cause. Not of the modern scholars, perhaps, but of their ancient counterparts. I know the Allagans took a more than passing interest in the subject. Yeah, because they literally locked them up to use them as batteries. And if what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Wow, I really thought we were going to bother Matoya again. It's just like, hey, we need to know something about the soul. Matoya! I really figured that's where we were going with it. But no, we're going to Allagan shit. We have a Graha with us. It's time to do Allagan shit. Where they experimented on primals and their worshippers, yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read reports on Azisla, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the Northern Maker Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. Is the surprise an airship, Tataru? Is the surprise an airship? You know, usually I just teleport there, but yeah, I guess you do all have to. None of you have attuned to it. I mean, studying Allagan history was like Graha's thing that he did even before the Crystal Raid series, but like spending a century in the Crystal Tower. What's up, Fancy Dragon? Spending a century in a Crystal Tower, like looking for a way to hell. Oh, sorry. We're back on the We're back on the source. I can actually add my chicken back to my health bar. I've not brought Namar. Stay still. Let me look at you. This looks so similar to the one that I made. Amaru, the fuck? Oh, even Hrothgals are cursed with flat ass. Aww. Seriously, this looks so similar to my Hrothgal. Quick, follow me. Follow me. We must do a comparison. We must do a There's a lot of people at the summoning bell here. We must do a comparison. Carolina, get out of here. They're very similar. I can't see you over there. There we go. There we go. Okay, never mind. They're basically the same fucking person. You turned into my retainer. I'll be honest, making an ult in this game and the amount of time it takes is not something that, like, the amount of time it takes to do an ult is not something I'm, like, super fond of in this game. But I do kind of want to make Carolina an ult. And I've made all of my retainers, like, different characters now, and I do like them all. But if I was to make any of my retainers an actual ult, it would be Carolina. So there you go. We now have someone in the party who just looks like my Hrothgal. I made this in the benchmark before DT. Again, looks very similar to mine. To be fair, for Hrothgals, you don't have a ton of options at the moment because so many hairstyles don't work on them. But we did choose the same one and the same face and a very similar color scheme. Me and Cologne have lined up shockingly a lot in this. The amount of time that our glams end up being similar is a lot, and then obviously our Hrothgals are the same. I do love how frequently you come across a Taru and she's standing proud. I do like it. I do like it. Oh. Airship! Ooh! A red one as opposed to the Ironworks ones, which are usually blue. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. Yo, we don't have to pester Sid anymore. But I like pestering Sid. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones. I named her for luck and prosperity. Fucking Tataru made her own airship in the fucking FC house. Oh my god. Tataru, this is amazing. We ought to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments are impressive enough, but to build an entire airship. I see the annals do not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. Yeah, but Tataru, here's the real question. Did you bake it? Because I can bake one. Did you bake yours? I'd also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as well as I hoped. But that's alright, because I've hired this capable fellow here instead. Sup, I don't have name or dialogue. That's how I couldn't bribe my main driver's license, so I had to hire a guy. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azazlar. Where? Where are the do mana cutters fold up into like a little box? Where are the mana cutters on that thing? Can they fold up? I feel like the amount of times that we've heard mana cutters being used to travel like around sea clouds and shit, I feel like the mana cutters have got to be able to shrink down in size. But enough talk, it's time to fly. All aboard! Well, the Sky Pirates, was there a bit at their base that they docked all the mana cutters, or do they just like fold them off when they get there? Yo, we're back! Sky Pirates have a whole dock? So how do the mana cutters fold up? I'm confused. Oh, I can't walk on it. Brr. Brr. Alright, now everyone attune to the one and only Aetheryte in this area and get ready to fly for 6 minutes to get anywhere you need to go. Airships are commonly small for their cannon uses and capacity in this game. It's weird. Like, where are the mana cutters on this thing? Fucking Tataru, tell me. Where are you fitting the mana cutters? Where are they? Where are they? Where? Where, Tataru? Again, my only headcanon that I can have is mana cutters could fold up. Specifically mana cutters. Did I ever mention that I was fond of flying? Because I am. But you're talking about like traveling on like the eternal wind and shit like that. Yeah, I'm familiar. I had a feeling you'd like the wind. You'd like flying. But you're on an airship, an Amaro, or a Chocobo. There's nothing so exhilarating as feeling the wind on your face as the horizon unfolds before you. Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. Now you've turned into Averil! Using that 1 hour time limit well. You're turned into Averil. Our ships are reasonably sized. What went wrong here? Taru's outdone herself. Anyway, here we are on Azazlar. And Halvan's report did not do the scale of this place justice. What about that airship? What about that mana cutter? Seriously, now you've turned into Averil. Just with a less cunty bob. And I think actually smaller boobs. So this is what you had your reckoning with Thord on. I wish I'd been with you. I was about to say, why wasn't she with us? And then I realized, oh right, she literally stopped existing in the story after like early 2.0 until like 3 point something. This is max boob size. Then I guess Averil is better at dressing to make them look even bigger. And her voice changed between then. I can recognize Val by that outfit. Grahatia surveys his surroundings with an expectant glint in his eye. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the upper quadrant. To the east lies the beta quadrant, and... yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azazlar, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records of the Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this place leads to an Aetheryte, beyond which there will be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. Chickabar! Fuck your mana cutters. I have a Thunderwing. Whee! I also have a riding map, so I run fast. Because I'm the person who's getting every riding map, despite the fact that flying exists. Made that bun years ago. We're just seeing all the clone salts while we do this. Time for authority on Allegan artifacts to show what he can do. You do not know how to operate the terminal. I can learn. Somewhere out there in the world is Alice S. and Red exclusive character gel, and I pity them. And here is the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption and overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let us see what this report has to say. Confound it. The contents appear to have been deleted. What? No. Isn't there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. Says here the report was written by someone named Owen. Is it likely that he kept a copy? I would say it is a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he'll have had his quarters on the Hemisphere. We can ascertain the details of the Hemisphere control. Check the recycle bin. Yeah, they deleted it, but they emptied the recycle bin. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We'll need them to reach our destination. I forgot, you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Hemisphere. I have a chocobo. I'll look for the temp file. I have a chocobo. I have a chocobo. I'm gonna fly over them and make them jealous of my chocobos. Never mind, the Bonanza is no longer here. Somehow the Bonanza is already gone. Damn, we're gonna have to wait till July for it to come out. And change one letters to an A. Ah, get it! It's like a Donkey Kong reference. I feel when they can actually guarantee you'll have flying in a zone. Oh yeah, it's the one zone in the game that flight's guaranteed because thanks to our Broman God's Armor. 2020, goddamn. Couple of years, like a year and a half before I started playing the damn game. Like, I know there's a couple of people here who started watching me because of 14, but it is still funny to me that, like, I started playing 14, and then a number of people who watched me this whole time revealed themselves as, oh yeah, I also, like, play 14. Like, Raharan watches me for years, and then it's just like, oh yeah, I play 14. Raharan's just like, oh my god, yeah, so do I. Same with Pie's like, oh yeah, I play 14 as well. Densha doesn't count because Densha's like literally the one who like got me to play it, and then Deku started at the same time. As laughing bumping as usual. It's like the one advantage, it's the one thing that like makes flying from one end of the map to the other not absolute hell, and only a lot of hell. Miraculously, yes. Yeah, the fact that you were still on Diabolos is kind of wild. Because I joined Diabolos because that's where Densha was. Yo, look. To be 14 was the game that made me see your channel. Like, there's a number of people here who, like, started watching me because of 14. Crafts and Clone, I believe. Unless they were lurking in my chat before I started talking about 14. Though that being said, Clone ran up to me and started throwing fish at me before even talking in my chat, so there is also that. I moved to Diabolos because my friends couldn't make characters on my old world. Well, dang. Went that well. I'm going to have a see control. How may I assist you? Mana cutters appear to be ironworks made, but I guess the tutorial will craft our own soon enough. Do they fold down? Where the fuck were these on the Bonanza? And the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here. There's no one who will be able to tell us its number. Bleep, blop, 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 bleep. There. From what I can recall, the layout should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning, an evacuation order is presently in effect. Entering to the Hemisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order will have been imposed during the fourth Umbral Calamity, and I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy level critical, returning to base for recharging. Well, sure, there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? How we result to that? I have an idea. Well, we send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism. It should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. That sounds like force, but just using a different word. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant aether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? You're also telling me that was in the records too? Ha, I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning aspected aether was prone to pooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you, but in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much Alagar knowledge. Besides, my studies helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times on my mind, but to finally stand here with you two, with the two of you, is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the Beta Quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They want to manifest when the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off. Which makes me think we should make a contest of this. Alice, does everything have to be a competition? The first to return it with a shard wins. What do you say? Sure. Very well. It'll be my honor to come third. Graha! I've come. Just slap you both. Just slap the area. I'm still on Alice's forehead flick and I'm doing a backdoor. I'm gonna say something and then I got completely distracted. It is Alice, yes, it must be a competition, and yes, Graham must sub. Oh my god, on the right spot. I followed the map to find where it was. The rest of you should learn how to do this. Turns out the Warrior of Light special ability. Oh no. Oh no. If only I had a double down. Damn. Sorry, let me pick that back up. Turns out, yeah, the Warrior of Light secret ability is just the fact that they have a mini-map. No other character has that. Our Echo manifests as a mini-map. Bravo! That was quite a show. This counts as flirting! This now counts as flirting. That was quite a show, adventurer. Why, this spectacle proves so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped to my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours. What, no dramatic entrance? Jump off the roof again to show off. Oh, you remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest to God's hero, after all. This counts as flirting. This absolutely counts as flirting. Well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you, Manifest, for bringing me here. Does this count as that adventure? Fucking Zoid's ass, goddamn mount. Does this count as the adventure that we promised? Does a trip to Azizla count? Have I held up my promise now? Am I done? I don't know if this counts. No, well done, in threats, so I think not. You have a shard? Then you win. I searched high and low, but couldn't find so much a trace of stagnant aether. Did you look for the giant glowing purple rocks? That's what I did. I also had a mini-map. It appears Alisei had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? No, if you take the shard, it means you're just gonna say, look, Alisei, I won. It's cheating. A lightning shard that fairly dances with the concentrated energy it harbors. Ansel would care. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? A mini-map! I have a mini-map! That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from Manifest. And not only about the secrets of adventure. But come, we should attend to our mission. I do like that the Warrior of Light straight up just has a special ability to find shit very well. They're very good at that, specifically. Manifest, a treasure map. Excellent, the system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Habisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they can make life rather difficult for us, dungeon. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. By and right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Oh, I was thinking dungeon. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. But if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Damn! Look at Graha flying just out of frame. Yeah, he's up in the Manicotta flying away. Damn, he looks so cool doing that. Well, nothing for it but to sit tight. Where's our heartfelt conversation that reminisces on our adventures that we've had together in the past, Alisei? I had one with Graha, now I need one with you. There it is. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. Remember time in the Binding Goils? Wait, have you done that road? Surely if I'm now her talking about the studium and also this. Surely if Alisei finds a fucking cure for tempering, she'll become an Archon, right? Like, surely curing tempering would be enough to make her an Archon, right? I feel like it would have to. Ida became an Archon with her PhD in punching. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of Aether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphanos was more philosophical, of course. Political, I dare say. Dare I say? He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. Yeah, based on what I know about Scion, yes. But also him writing that makes sense why he'd follow in Louis' steps. He asserted that Scion knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Something, not protecting those he could is indolence, something. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded. But deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief. And I admire him for it. Oh no, Alisei's been caught talking good about Alphino. Oh no, Grahas, I'm sorry. You have to die, apparently. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studio. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers and students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Yeah, there it is. To ignore the plights of one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Yeah. Though I consider it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. This is the fruit of your foray. Yes, Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, it should be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Orb! I love how many times we just interact with Alagon orbs and they just do cool shit. So she'd have to write a thesis. Do you know Alice writing a thesis? She literally mentioned in this conversation that she did. Literally in this conversation she mentioned that she wrote a thesis about combat applications. She'd just have to write a significantly more complicated one. Initializing, scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as a guest, please complete biometric authentication. This is longer than 2 pages. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am at your most humble service, your highness. Never ceases to amuse me. 'Tis but a pity the effects will not last forever. Doga and Unai said as much when they granted me this gift. But until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. It lasted like a couple centuries. Though I guess you're in stasis for some of that, and the other one you literally became a part of the tower, so. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching, 1 item found, iconic corruption, and overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, your highness. Tell the nice note the password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, let's see. Password 1, 2. Glory be to Alag. Long live Emperor Zond! Passwords, you're saying several words in a row. Password incorrect, please try it again. Confound it. That's not the password either. Fascism is amazing. Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance, wow, dude, I know you're a prince or whatever, but your password sucks. If you say password, I'm flicking your forehead. I'll say! Password is swordfish. That's a reference to something. The notion that password could be something so inane would be laughable or not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden! What did that thing just call me? As the type of girl, Alice is the type of girl that would use password 1 as her password. Password's about to be sword! Wild Rose! Password incorrect. Again, be warned that any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. So we dismantle and manually extract what we need. Now, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe it's going to be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Market into cooperating, it's them. Come, let us bear the note back to the Rising Stones. Before Alice stabs the computer. Alice, why is the sword in the computer? Well, I was trying to use it. And then it froze. So the next logical step was to stab the computer with my sword. Fine. I'll let Sid try his hand first. If that doesn't work, we're doing it my way. You know, it's not like a physical node, like a thing in... It's not like there's a book inside of it that you can grab. Right? You know that, Alice, right? You know that about Elegant technology? It's like digital. You do know that, right? We went through like an entire raid series plundering the depths of like their like fallen star. Threat detected. Reviving the legacy. Hey, Sid! An alternate you in the future like saved the entire fucking world and another world? We now need you to hack a password. It's not like she took a computer science class at Charlie. I'm gonna go and print out his thesis on a family computer. Alice has cut the piece into pieces because of sticky keys. Grant here seems eager to bear the note away. From Alice specifically? I should probably mention that I've yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rumbros did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Yeah, I'm traumatizing him over in Bosnia, sorry. Nevertheless, I assure you my proposal to seek out his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again. Him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Still know that we haven't, like, had a cutscene of Kryl and Graha talking, considering how close those two clearly are. I'm upset that we haven't had a thing of those two together. But it has also been a couple of seconds. Look at him all but running. How sweet. Alice, I don't try and fuck my boyfriends. Not because, like, the cheating thing, but because you're underage. It'd be awkward for him. Still, it wouldn't do to keep him waiting. Shall we? Like, a man who's, like, 300 plus years old is probably not best to date a teenager. Hey, Petey. Yo, Petey can... Oh, I was about to say Petey. Yeah, Petey learned how to fly! Fuck yeah, Petey! God, show that to the people in Uldar. I think they'd be a bit more impressed by that than a couple of, like, glowing eggs. And for this little lady's day, we've teached Petey a new trick. Oh, wow, you summoned some very pretty eggs last year with some glamorous looking... Why is the gob you flying? Large lowborn presence detected. I will stab you myself, actually. Fuck you, you classless piece of shit. Carl's back too. Oh no, it was decided at the council. We've decided to let Garlemald destroy itself. Our formal response was lol, Lamau. Pleased to see your mission was a success. No, in no small part due to the bonanza. Come on, Alice. Hey, you're still 16, so I'm trying to fuck my boyfriend. It's been more than a day, but less than a year since I... Oh, bullshit. I take it you have news to share. So do I. Minor for headcanon, I'd say at this point it's been like 4.5 years, roughly, since the start of ARR. That's why I say she's nearly 30. 25 at the start of her journey, I'd say it's like somewhere between 4 to 5 at this point. Stormblood being the longest of all of them. 1 year per expansion, but Shadowbringers, because of the nature of Shadowbringers, is just shorter. And, A Realm Reborn being a little shorter as well. And Stormblood, because of the nature of it, being much longer than a year. That's kind of like my thing. It ends up working out roughly 1 year per expansion, just, so, like... I'd say Shadowbringers is like a couple of months. Just because, like, the urgency of that, of what that storyline is, it can't really afford to be longer than that. Like, the base story of it is probably, like, a month or so. and then it's like another couple, like maybe another month or two, like up to 5.3. Because there's not much time, because it's such an urgent story. Whereas like Stormblood has to be long because travel time exists, and like you're planning war shit. So Stormblood has to be long. But I'll say at 20 or so. I wonder how the age of consent works in Eorzea with different rates of maturity between races. I mean, like, with us humans in our worlds, age of consent for some places is like before your body finishes maturing. Like in Australia, it's 16. Your body is definitely still not like fully matured at 16. So there is also that in this world where it's like it usually doesn't wait until it's finished. But it's just like here, Ellison very much have a very distinct growth spurt, so I don't know. Wonderful news, Manifest. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he is on his way here even as we speak. Whereas between people who are all the same race, Ellison matures significantly later, and who knows what else. While we wait, I should very much like to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Cryo? Okay, here's the real question. Does the extra year that the twins lived in this in the first count? Does the extra year the twins had in the first count? Because that's like mentally. In before 8.0, the twins are all suddenly tall as fuck. Viera also a bit weird given their higher lifespan. Yeah, Viera are like a couple of 100 years old, but also Graha here is also a couple 100 years old, but he's also young. Ages. Turns out once you start introducing magic and wildly different life expectancies and like timelines into the world, shit gets weird. Mental and soul-wise, they are a year older than their bodies, yeah. Really, Wednesday, her girlfriend is suddenly way taller than her. As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to the recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on. I believe Ravana would say, it rageth on. And time travel. And the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherlands. See that in Bozil. Of the greatest concern to us is the Third, a legion alliance with Lord Nova. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus. Aren't they the ones who took in Yotsu and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Vengar and Oriange will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders felt it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, Kryl is not woke. They hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues for peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, it is not a problem easily solved. The Lamented in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alpha and Yashola have been called upon to aid them. Literally did a quest, like, last week or so, about, like, how racist Lamenzans are to the kobolds, about, like, the accord that they made. Like, yeah, I wonder why Limsa's having a lot of trouble with it. It's not like they colonized the lands of two different societies. As long as we are dealing with the tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's respite? I'll try to sit in as soon as he arrives. We made the respite cozier than ever. You're gonna love it. Has it actually changed? I understand you took a trip to Azisla. Raha made himself useful, I trust. Have a conversation of you two talking about how friendly you are and let me hear it. You two are clearly besties and I want to work out if I can ship you two. Fucking let me work it out. Let me see. Yo, they gave us a table. Fuck yeah. We got some, like, stews brewing over here. Yeah, they made it cozier than ever. We got a table. She goes in Ras, that tells you a lot already. I want the polycule to expand. Give Graha a partner and make that partner Kryl. Bleep bloop. Warning, His Highness is exhibiting elevated blood pressure. Sid, at long last. So that one's just like, at least like he's actually friends with Sid. As important as Gabu is to me, I only know too well how much more is at stake here. A cure could change the whole world. Yo, the entire squad showed up. And the music. Sid! Yo! Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've all had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ha! I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But an alternate version of myself has already laid them bare. I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavors. Speaking of which, you want my help with something? What is it? Is it, have you ever considered combining Omega and Alexander with the Boil Master? Fuck yeah, Crystal Tower music. Well, a treatment for tempering. For the next step, you need to find the password to this Allagon's report. Just so. With no clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly. And thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we can help you. So I will. Once suitably configured, a magic terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rumbros. It contains an Allagon dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Yeah. Hey, Biggs, you aware that's like specifically like one of your kids in the future is still like working with Midgardstorm to create a better like future in like a timeline that felt doomed, but they're not doing it doomed. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Through technology! Hey! Ha! Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honors, Your Highness? I would, milady. Hey, it's like Sid's thing. Now, open the report entitled Iconic Corruption and Overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. I know it's a low-hanging fruit, but look, at this point, there's probably a lot of people who haven't even seen the original. You have to voice the robot noises. I'm sorry, bleep, bloop, me. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. Yo, I recognize this top. It says specifically Allagon top. They actually made sure to dress him in Allagon gear. I appreciate it. I was using it for my red mage for a while. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the aether of the soul. Said aether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. I'm gonna put him in a Hempendalmatica. But when a subject is exposed to the aether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. Yo, it's Sephiroth. For an example, exposure to the aether of the fiend Sephiroth would cause subjects aether to become aligned to the elements of Earth. As a consequence, the subjects would attain heightened affinity with Earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure will further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Oh shit. The changes undergone by the subjects are not solely attributable to the elemental alignments, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. Because we're gonna switch the terms. Well, no, astral is always... Sorry, no, never mind. No, sorry. Astral is always... Astral means active in both the source and the first, right? And umbral means stagnant. Actually, or does it? Wait, I'm now forgetting. Orianja, your PhD, I keep forgetting the exact specifics of it. No, in terms of, like, the astral is darkness, umbral is light. It's in terms of specifically, like, umbral is... Is umbral stagnation in both? They refer to umbral as stagnation in both the source and the first. It's more so that. Astral, like, yeah, like the swap between like light and darkness got changed, but yeah. It's specifically the idea of like which is astral, which is umbral in terms of activity and stagnation. Yeah. I remember the light and dark swap between the first and the source, but it's like specifically to astral and umbral. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I have set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects. An endeavor in which we were successful, albeit at a great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Armon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence, I have been stripped of rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. Armon just being like, no, we're powering up our giant battery in the sky with, like, tempered dragons. We don't want you risking curing that. Fuck off and go away forever. This would have to be reasonably late then in the Allagan Empire because, like, I mean, like, Armon with Skylar and stuff and were, like, frozen in the Crystal Tower. So that's, like, at the end of the Allagan Empire. So this must be very late in the Allagan Empire that they worked this out. Or that this guy worked this out. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So not even the Allagans are able to find a cure. Or rather, we're not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Armon's decision. Again, I would assume it's because they do end up using tempered people to their advantage to power their shit. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True. Yeah, were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught to diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. Because they can now think properly, but now they can think properly, and it's still only that. But it's also, like, for Sin Eaters, being filled with light doesn't, like, elementally adjust your soul. It pushes it all the way towards Umbral. But for primals like this, it's an element and stagnation at the same time. It's both. But the stagnation seems to be significantly more present in the people who become Sin Eaters compared to this. The stagnation aspect is like, because there is no element there, instead how powerful it is comes from how stagnant it becomes. Significantly more so than this. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. Remember who they were? No point reviving their souls unless we can also restore their sense of self. That there was no driving will behind the Sin Eater corruption, yeah. There's no, yeah. It feels like this is more complicated than Sin Eaters. There does feel like this is more complicated than Sin Eaters. It's just like Sin Eaters, instead of having several, like, things that make it difficult to deal with, it's like all of it at once. All of it is dedicated to just towards pure stagnation. Would us and the sense of self, the vessels that Graham made to bring the sense of, like, the whole idea of the soul and the sense of self being combined with everything else in the vessel to bring our friends back, was, like, actively part of the point of the story then. So it's not just, like, doing the Angelo stuff, but also bringing our friends back that might actually all combine to help you. If only we could make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Yeah, so it means they remember nothing of their time while being tempered, but honestly, don't know how helpful the memories would be while they were tempered anyways. Like, are those memories that you'd want to keep? Not to say that removing memories of, like, bad things is, like, a great way to live. Like, oh, something bad happened? Let's just fucking forget it. Let's just pretend everything's perfect. Oh shit, Asians. Right, that was their whole problem, not being able to accept that bad shit happens. So it's not like, oh, well, we might as well just remove the bad memories because they're bad, but like, that is gonna, like, if we do this, they're gonna wake up not remembering any of their time being tempered. So, you know, maybe they won't remember their friends that they got also tempered or killed in the process. Maybe they don't want to remember they killed their countrymen in service of a deity that actually worship that much. Again, I'm not saying that removing that memory because it's bad is, like, strictly yay a positive, because again, that comes into the idea of not being able to accept that bad things happen, which is the whole thing with the Asians and the Unsundered. They were unable to accept that bad things could happen, so they kept trying to sacrifice to Zodiac. It's a rabbit hole, but we have to do it this way. It's a side effect that's just, like, not the worst. We have to remove those memories anyways. So the fact that they won't remember the horrible things that they did, you know, is a side effect that we're aware of. Might be good for some people. Some people might be more confused. Some people might find it harder to reckon with, oh yeah, you don't remember doing it, but you did a lot of evil shit. That is like, but I don't remember it. Nah, trust me, you did a lot of evil shit though. And they might find it harder to cope with it because they can't remember it. And then some of them might remember it and just be like, oh, I'm good now, but it's like, it might be a Yotsu thing where it's like, oh, I'm good now, but now I remember all the horrible things that I did. Ah, shit, I'm a horrible person. Could go either way, depending on the person. Through thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith, which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound. My experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt to memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism. And I can see that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better we consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have a reason to be confident. You see, notes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics. Which leads me to believe that they may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different how we identified the password. But it'll take more calculating power. A lot more. I also couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. A password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen. By those who strive for freedom. And now we have the explanation of why the password was so easy. Hey, I do, because the password can literally just be if you just mash the keyboard. But no, there was an actual explanation of why the password was easy. Because he wanted it to be broken, because he wanted the information to be found out at some point. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. It comes together. You two. Run up as many magic terminals as you can and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Tatara, don't cheer on Wedge. Don't give him hope. Things are about to get very busy. Like we have you to help, eh? Yo, we're immediately back on the source and we're getting shit done! I love it. Suffice it to say, I shall be of whatever help I can. All those Magitech terminals would come cheap. Ah, shut up, Tataru. Some things you shouldn't put a price on. Like, one of them was a fucking sword, but this is a cure for tempering. It's a bit more important. As with our first foray into the Labyrinth of the Ancients, we seek to venture into the unknown. And in order to succeed, we require not only knowledge and preparation, but daring besides. Just like old times. We're getting there, Minifist. One step at a time. Right, while Grahart's here and I configure the terminals, I want you, the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll run up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Minifist and Alice with ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. There we go. Go get fuel. Take them to Skyseal Manufactory in Ishgard and Ceruleum Processing Plant in Thanalan. People there will give you what you need. Yours is a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. I was literally at the manufactory yesterday. We shall see it to the terminals ready by the time you return. Files is bound for Ceruleum Processing Plant you'll want to make for the Skyseal Manufactory. Off you go now. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop. Beep, boop, fucking beep. She booped on my beep until I password incorrect. What? Huh? What was I talking about? I'm now realizing the very notable effect of brain drain that I'm having. I think every Lala in the game right now has zoomies. Yeah, I feel like I'm noticing the brain drain of like, this is yet another day, like a third day in a row of streaming 14. Don't worry, it'll go great for the fact that I'm also planning on streaming 14 tomorrow for a long ass time. Greetings, Manifest! Your wondrous adventures are keeping you occupied, I trust. I find myself with relatively few demands on my time. Joy has all but taken the reins on. Oh, this is. Okay. I was wondering if this would be relevant to the quest. From now! Welcome back, Mistress Manifest. How may I serve you this day? Issued by Galen Ironworks, promissory note is intended for the purchase of a quantity of ceruleum specified thereupon. So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present your note to our engineer at the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. To the airship landing! And away from the pump machines that are very loud when you're in the middle of like a 4-minute cutscene. And they're just constantly going in the background going, Game sound effects were not designed for a PS5 or a computer that can load it quickly. When you teleport and it just goes shoop shing. They weren't ready for it. Sky Steel Engineer! What's the spoils thing over here? What is that related to? I don't actually know. What's all the spoils over there? And the mission quartermaster, what does that relate to? Ceruleum, you're coming to the right man. Fair warning though, the prices show up on account of uncertainty with the Empire. So if you've got the coin, I have a promissory note. Old diadem? Well, now, promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem, it's as good as called to me. Maybe airship venture things, yeah. You can turn it in there to like, turn it into cool stuff. Or like trade it to like different items. Yo! Yo! Speaking of people helping with dealing with the other societies, try and foster peace.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Oh, you're still hot for me. Oh, Aymeric, I'm sorry to break it to you still. Yo, Aymeric!
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course.
Sigh, I'm the voice actor.
Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find.
Yeah, he ran away last time I spoke to him.
I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
Kyle, Tataru, we need you to find him again. Stalk him as he jumps over an entire city again. Do it.
But tell
T-pose on him.
What business brings you to
While
our
he's eating
fair
his
city this
freaking
day?
Karume. I'm gonna try and find a cure for tempering. Yeah, nothing big. I just saved the world and now I'm gonna cure tempering.
For tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed.
With his squid. Stinian eating
Very
squid.
well.
Dragon
You shall
squid.
have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Hey.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Hell, I imagine everyone is super down. It's just like, well, if the Scions are talking about it, then, well, they've come through on a lot of other shit before. And you know what? Cure for tempering? Yeah, that'll help a lot. What the fuck? I feel like some stories of the game will just, like, fundamentally change once we get further into the game. If tempering is just a thing that can be cured. Like, primal storylines just kind of stop being a thing. Right? Game has been, I mean, Shadowbringers didn't. Outside of the very unique circumstance of Elidibus's primal, which is probably why this is like a good moment to do it. It's just like, Elidibus is such a unique form of a primal that was so particularly fucked. And also, if Endwalker deals with, you know, Zodiac and Hydaelyn primals, we've kind of scaled the threat of primals so much that no other actual primal could really, like, mean anything much anymore, so fuck it, let's also make sure we cure tempering so it's never an issue anymore past that point. It's like, yeah, we kind of taken the primal idea as far as it can go with Warrior of Light. So, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just immediately cure this shit. Hell yeah, let's go.
Who would have thought cerulean weighed so much?
Me? It's barrels of heavy fuel liquid.
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Yeah, you should have.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it.
No, my batteries cannot be dying already. Oh, don't tell me that my good pair of headphones are also running out of battery super early. Do not tell me that my good pair is starting to have, like, only 2-hour lifespans as well. Don't fucking tell me that shit. I'm now realizing... Is it also that COVID era voice acting? Yeah, I guess this would be, like, early... Like, this would be, like... Actually, I was about to say early 2020. No, this would be, like, late 2020. Possibly 21 by this point. I don't actually know when the patches came out. But I'm now realizing... Using a shitload of resources to have a computer guess a bunch of shit to brute force an answer. I'm now realizing that we're minting cryptocurrency to find an answer for the cure of tempering. GPU market in Eorzea is never gonna recover from this.
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
I'm good at finding things. I'm also good at finding people.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Of course you're here. Hi, Nero!
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
Why does he still have the toll in his name here? Why is the text box keeping the toll? He's like left the Empire. He's just Nero Skyver.
But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
I'm not here to actually care about what you're doing. I'm here to try and flex some of my divorced boyfriends. Don't know if we're currently dating or not. Again.
For all the effort it took to track you down after your latest disappearing act, you could find the cure for death, and it wouldn't be worth the trouble.
Damn, spoilers for what Endwalker is. Damn. Can't believe they spoiled Endwalker cures death after we cure tempering. Jesus Christ said, foreshadowing much?
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And
even
this
future
research
you
will be
was
a
like
stepping
this, for
stone
fuck's
to that
sakes.
illustrious achievement.
He's just never not a bitch. He's never not a bitch.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Oh my god, fuck already!
Whatever you say, Garland.
The sooner
By the
we
way,
find out.
the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto.
Bossy unique dialogue. Hey! Bossy unique dialogue that actually got voice acted. Yo. It actually got voice acted for that unique dialogue. Damn. Koto's name said with someone's voice.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
Let's mint those NFTs! Look, once we do this, look, I can sell someone. They're gonna, like, you can own Firaga.
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait
Does
for it
that
to
mean I'm
find
the
us
only
our
person
magic.
that you can use it?
Why
You
not take this
own
opportunity to put your feet
Firaga.
up? This may take a while.
You can own the spell Firaga. We're gonna mint it into this computer, and this computer will have a database that will say that you own Firaga. Okay, does that mean I can now use it by, like, accessing that? Does that mean no one else is allowed to use Firaga? You're not understanding. It means that you own it. Firaga will be non-fungible. Sadly, Varus is dead. We can sell him the crypto for piece of Garlemald. It's one of those things that's really frustrating with all the tech bro, like, poor shit. It's just like, given how many people who should fucking know better who have bought into AI, artificial intelligence, it's amazing how it's just like, a lot of people who consider themselves, there's no way I'd buy into, oh god, sorry. I'll continue my stupid bit in a second after everything explodes.
It's overloading.
Shit, our liquid cooling wasn't enough.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Let the computers blow up if it finds it.
Oh.
Can't start casting ice spells!
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There.
No, the database blew up. My spells, they're
I
gone.
was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
If we've actually cured tempering, this is fucking insane. Gonna die, Garland Ironworks and it all blows up. Have we? How did you memorize it that quickly? You know the guy has a lot better. Guy's able to remember everything about Allegon. She's able to see that and memorize it. I feel like freaking Graha secretly has a ridiculously good memory.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
What was the carbon footprint that all left?
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
I'm now realizing, you know how I was talking about, like, accidental umbral calamities? What happens if one of the shards is trying to mint NFTs of all of their electricity, and at the same time the source is trying to, like, use Gen I to create a movie at the same time, and the sheer amount of electricity that both of those are using at the same time causes a rejoining? I'm now worried about this. This is what I'm now worried about. That could have been the 8th umbral calamity. It could have happened. But Highland just lets Zodiac go because they can't be saved anymore. It's like, you know what? Fuck it. Have the goddamn source. Have the entire goddamn fucking star. I'm done. Answers no longer applies.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Yeah, it's fine. I told you, GPU market's never gonna recover in Eorzea. GPUs are now permanently going to be about 2 to 3 grand more expensive than they were.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
I mean, thankfully, like, the GPUs may have gotten really expensive, but thank fucking God that Xenos killed Varus before Varus could do the tariffs, because God, that would only make them even more expensive. But with I'm sorry, jokes aside, have we actually fucking cured tempering? Are we actually going to have a moment in this patch where we have someone who was tempered who is no longer tempered? Are we actually, have we, like, I feel like we're power scaling our characters so much since ARR, where it's like running around, again, think about the Company of Heroes. Think about how the Company of Heroes were legends for like a decade or so. People revered them and spoke tales about them across all of Vylbrand because of how good the Company of Heroes were, because they took down one Titan. And we show up a couple of years later, and it's just like, fucking cured tempering. And it's just like, wow. Wow. It's amazing the level of progression your society can make when an umbral calamity happens and it doesn't cause a civilization reset. It's amazing how much more you can do when you're not knocked back to the Stone Age every, like, couple of hundred to 1,000 years. It's amazing what you can accomplish. Like, in a big hand, Louis Suarez is to thank for so much of this for containing Bahamut to the extent that he did. Because, again, if Civilization just completely fucking reset, all of the progress that we'd be making wouldn't be able to be made. Alas, the Ironworks crew couldn't linger long. Far too much to do. Yeah, brave though our time was bloody good to see them. So we finally have it. The cure for tempering. All that remains is to put it to use. I should be praying for your success on the front lines. No, I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna stop now to do a frontline roulette, Kyle. Come on. It's probably Shadow Day. I don't want to do it anyways. I don't even know if it's Shadow Day. I just like shitting on Shadow. In the end, we didn't have to pay for the terminals, which is great for us. But I can't help but feel for my counterpart in the Ironworks. All right, before we continue, I need to go to the bathroom badly, and I'll also have to change my bloody headphones because the batteries are apparently dying in these things super quickly. I can't believe it's these are the good pair. Good pair normally lasts 3 to 3.5. We're like just over 2 when they're dying. Grr, grumble, 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 grumble. Anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I had a lot to drink before the stream today as well. Like, I've gone through this bottle, but I went through like another bottle of this in like the hour before the stream, so that was probably a mistake on my part. Anyways, I'll be back. And we're back. There's this feeling that I'm having about just like, Shadowbringers was so long, right? Obviously for me it was even longer, but like, we did so much in Shadowbringers. And Shadowbringers was so immersed in the first and everything about it and stuff like that. And obviously, like, since beating, like, base Shadowbringers, we've had moments where we come back here. Like, obviously Bosnia is here, the job quests and everything. Well, we've had a lot of moments coming back to the source and doing a lot of things there. But in terms of, like coming back after doing so much MSQ for Shadowbringers, that is, like, all of the Scions in the first. There's this element of, like, coming back and all of the Scions are hanging out with Sid in the Rising Stones, addressing primals, and we're talking to, like, a city-state leader with Aymeric, and, like, everyone's hanging out. It's this weirdly, like, almost nostalgic feeling. This idea of just, Shadowbringers MSQ was so wholly its own thing, being so separated from everything else, that coming back and just getting back into the groove of, like, what we were doing before is an almost nostalgic kind of thing of just like, damn, we, like, really are back, huh? We really have brought everyone back and everything is happening, like, here, huh? Like, obviously, the quality of Shadowbringers is a big thing that makes it hard to, like, move on from that. But it's also just because of so much of Shadowbringers was, like, isolated from everything else. Like, obviously, like, Heavensward is Yishgard, Stormblood is Alamigo and, Alamigo and Doma and stuff like that. Yeah. But even during those, there was still, like, a lot of connecting parts between everything. You're going to Ishgard, which you've already, like, dealt with and stuff like that in the patches and things like that. You've been talking about Alamigo and how it needs to be liberated for a while. When you go to Doma, you've been, like, talking to the refugees from there since ARR and stuff like that. So, going to Shadowbringers, it's just, like, it's so its own thing. And then you get wholly immersed in, quite literally, an entire other world for so long. That it is, like, this very distinct feeling coming back here. Forget us not. Alice has only one thing on her mind. At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. We cannot be certain until such time as we put it to the proof, but I am quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, and I suggest Garbu, his symptoms are relatively mild. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. We're in an era of hope right now. It's like Backlog saying, "Yes, miracles do happen." We're in an era of hope now. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution. You just stole my other line, Alice. It'll be fine. Without further ado, then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Garbu waiting long enough. We'll all be praying for your success. I doubt you can contribute much towards what comes next, so I shall cheer you on from afar. Best of luck with the treatment. But I could contribute much. As in, I as in Crow. The only concern that I have here is just like, what patch was Garbu? Some point post Heavensward. Right? It's been since post Heavensward, I'm pretty sure. The Aura has returned! The Aura has returned! Sorry, I'm now thirsting over this Rothgal. In the coat and everything? Goddamn. It was post Heavensward, right, for Garbu? It wasn't post... Was it post Stormblood? It was like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure it's been since Heavensward. I'm pretty sure it didn't happen during Stormblood. It was Stormblood? Was it that late? It's hard to remember when things happen in the patches just because, like, MSQ is very focused. You do, like, one area at a time. You focus on one thing. And patches have always been bouncing around between a million objectives at once. That's just how patches work, because that's like, you've done with the main story, now it's time to clean up everything, so you bounce around everywhere. Post Heavensward. So it's been a long fucking time coming. It has been a long time coming. Displaying Alice is very fond of Garbu. To the extent that I have hands in it, I shall do all my power to bring him back. Yeah, she checked in with him in Stormblood. No, that's what it was. Because we checked in with Garbu in Stormblood, like, after the other Scions disappeared. Because Alice was freaking the fuck out because all the other Scions had disappeared. And so we went to check in with Garbu. That's what that was, yeah. That's what that was, I believe. But, like, yeah, it's been a very long time coming for Garbu. The one concern that I'm having here is just, like, didn't it take, like... Oh, what's up? What's up? Didn't it take a lot of Aether to, like, help with Halric? And Halric wasn't cured, it was just, like, put into a state where he'll eventually get better for Halric? I mean, Halric was, like, really far gone. I guess that is the difference. Halric was really far gone. He was the he was the patient who was in the worst condition out of everyone at Journey's Head, whereas Garbu is, like, one of the quote-unquote least tempered people we've come across. So there is a bit of a difference there. Well, this is the moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Garbu to us at once. Like, when they introduced the Garbu storyline with Alice, did they know at the time that they wanted to write in a cure for tempering, like, into the game? Like, there's little things like this where I have to wonder, did they know they were going to, did they know the story would eventually cure tempering, and that was always a goal that they wanted the story to eventually reach when they wrote Garbu, so Garbu could be here for this moment? Obviously a number of things are planned in advance. You get teasers for Stormblood in ARR in multiple ways and stuff like that. So obviously they plan things in advance to, like, start teasing them and everything quite early. But there's a number of aspects where I wonder, to, like, the minutia. How much of the minutia do they introduce going, this might be useful later, we'll see what we can do with it? And how much of it is, we're introducing this now because we have a plan for something in the future. And it may not go exactly how we want it to then, because who knows, like, how our story will develop by that point. But we're doing this so this can, like, be a thing later. I'm so curious, because it's, like, this is what, again, one of the things I was talking about, like, in one of the other streams, in terms of, like, why I think this game story works because it's an MMO, is that I don't think this game would work as a bunch of single-player released, if instead of an MMO, there was Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV 2, Heavensward, Final Fantasy XIV 3, Stormblood, like, as individual separate released single-player games, I don't think storylines that stretch this far out can happen. Like, to the tiny little details that they do. Because it's an MMO that is constantly, like, adding new moments to itself every couple of months. And every, like, couple of years, it's adding giant sections. It's what allows storylines like this to really, like, even be written. So I'm curious to what extent do they plant seeds knowing what the outcome is, or plant seeds going, we've got ideas for where this can go, and we'll see what it, like, where the rest of the story leads to how it will affect these things. I'd be so curious to, like, understand the level of planning that different story elements have for this. Because some things come together and it's like, oh my god, you're geniuses. You clearly thought of this when you first did it. And some of it comes across as, oh my god, you were geniuses. You somehow managed to make this shit work when you definitely 100% had absolutely no time, no possible way that you could have known this would be the payoff. But like Elidibus, there is, like, bullshit. There is no fucking way. When they wrote Elidibus into an ARR patch, they knew what Elidibus's end goal was going to be by becoming a Warrior of Light. There's no fucking way they could have known that. So that comes across as, holy shit, you took everything that Elidibus has been so far and turned it into this when that was not the plan originally. Wow. The meteorites in the character creator. Like, there's so, it's not like a judgment or anything. I'd just be so curious to, like, be in the writer's room and just, like, see how they just, like, how they plan some of the things, or how they managed to go, oh, we can do this with the thing that we did earlier. Wasn't our intention originally, but we could do it and it would be sick. I'd be so curious. Wouldn't be surprised they wanted to cure for tempering eventually, but just never knew when it would happen. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. It makes sense that it's just, like, we want to cure for tempering, and so we're going to have a character who is tempered and stays in the background of the story for when that happens, but we have no idea how we're going to do it, when it's going to happen, when it's relevant. We let the story develop and see where it wants to go, kind of thing. Because with a story this multifaceted, you kind of have to do that. You can't, like, pre-planning literally everything kind of doesn't work, because so many aspects can get in the way of other things. The fact that as much of this game comes together as much as it does, I think is one of the biggest testaments to the writing in this game. It is a thing that everyone says about this game. The fact that this game brings back moments all of the time. It never feels like any information or moments or characters or like sections of the game are completely useless. Everything always has a chance to come back, and this game is fucking phenomenal at its final payoffs. The moment that you get to when something pays off is almost universally in this game fucking amazing. And the fact that they're able to do that so consistently with a story that is an entire world and there's so many elements. Again, it's why I think this game works as a story as an MMO outside of like the multiple player aspect. MMO as a constantly evolving game, I think, is what makes this story work. And the fact that they're able to land it as hard as they do is, yeah, like it is what you say, a miracle. There's definitely some elements of just like a lot of skill and a lot of talent goes into it. For it to come together this much, some luck's got to be in there too. I don't want to take away the credit of how well they've done. My point is more so it's impossible for all of this to come together as well as it does without at least a little bit of luck. Because there could have been so many moments where things could have fallen apart. One of the expansions could have had like a major issue that just railroaded it and just caused a lot of things to start falling apart. Like the fact that it's able to stay together for this long. And honestly, I think the fact that it's luck is like a perfect example because like it almost didn't. 1.0 failed hard. Like any other, like no other, I don't think any later expansion could have been another 1.0, but any expansion could have had the potential to be fucking close. Like not even just in terms of they made it poorly, but more so the development got fucking railroaded and destroyed and they couldn't do what they wanted to do. The fact that COVID didn't do that is impressive. The fact that, like, in the middle of developing an MMO, COVID hits and, like, makes development way harder, and they're still able to make sure the ship is still being steered correctly to still develop the MMO, even if it's a bit slower. From what I've heard, the patch cycle was slower over COVID, but, like, fucking hell. Gabu!
Gabu, have you been good?
Still nothing at the moment.
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Yo!
Fancy meeting you here.
Yo, I'm now realizing the idea is to like reset Gabu's memories to right before he got tempered. Gabu's last memory before he got tempered is seeing his dead parents. Are we keeping, because he technically wasn't tempered when he saw his dead parents, are we keeping that one? I guess this gets into the ethics in terms of like how much is removing memories a good or a bad thing. Is removing memories because they hurt like morally good because if you get that, because that's a rabbit hole, or like it's literally Gabu's last memory before he got tempered. Seeing his dead parents made him summon Titan, which made him get tempered. So like, do we keep those ones or not?
Alphino, Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
This technically kind of is that.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
Oh. Honestly, given our recent dealings, I'm gonna actually not blame the executioners for this one. Weird enough as it says, we've had a number of side content lately, well, one of them was a seasonal event, but still, where the executioners weren't the dumbasses.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
I'm gonna hope so. We have a spell that hopefully is a cure.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic.
It specifically has to be done at the same time.
Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Yeah.
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
Oh! Just make Angelo do it all! Sure that won't drain Alice of even more aether to make Angelo do multiple things at once. Pig! This pig will save the fucking world.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
Maybe the giant warrior of light who has more aether than anyone else in the fucking world should help?
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
I'm literally the warrior of light. I've got so much of it. Let me help.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
Alright, okay, sure, fine. Okay, fine. I literally have so much of it, though. Why am I not helping? Oh, maybe I'm saving to help Alice, actually. I might need to save to help Alice after the fact. Yeah, maybe it's that.
Yes, this will do.
Maybe we should have, like, waited until we got some
my
snacks. All the people behind the counter just being like, what the fuck is happening? We see some shit in Limsa, but what the fuck is going on over there?
Tis done.
Someone get the Archon loaf. We got a bunch of exhausted Scions over here.
A small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allagans did not. It was never like to be easy.
I don't think the Allagans didn't go there because it was hard. I think they didn't go there because they were fascist. But I understand your point,
up to you,
Graha.
Alize. The
Random
treatment
mouse
itself
reveals
will
like a
take
flying
time
pig
and
to show up,
focus.
and everyone
So we
starts
will
just
need a quiet room.
everyone
I'm
just
sure our hosts can
shooting
spare
everything everywhere. All right, they're gonna go off and they're gonna do the spell. So I'm not helping Alice with the amount of aether she
I
needs.
will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
I have so much aether, let me help! I got so much of it!
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
I have stores of it. Alright.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Yeah, let's go to the tavern and get drunk. I'm with a minor. Let's go to the Bismarck. No, you're gonna have alcohol there too, so we're gonna minor. Where in Limsa are they not gonna serve booze that Alphinaud can actually go? Yeah, a random spot in the middle. We can eat these eggs. We have found our sustenance. Eggs. LSA will succeed, I am certain of it. We need but have faith. He can eat floor egg. Well, it seems as good as I suppose I need to have a rest. There's just eggs everywhere. Man, I wonder if one day they'll actually, like, turn Limsa and like, the starter cities into a single zone. Because I'd love to run around Limsa as a single zone.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago.
It's one of those things where it's just like, it felt so hopeless for a long time. I think people stopped looking quite a while ago.
I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light-corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alisaie refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better Scion.
Literally both of the twins talking about how they deeply respect the other because of how steadfast they stick to their ideals. Literally, like, it's the same thing for both. Like, Alisaie is just like, I appreciate that Alphinaud has never let up on the fact that he believes that we should help everyone that we can. And stuff like that. And Alphinaud is just like, I am so glad that Alisaie doesn't give up on hope on trying to achieve what she wants because the world says it's hopeless. Like, they're both talking about how much they respect each other for similar reasons. Just, you know, diverging into their more appropriate paths. In terms of, like, one's resolve and one's idealism and stuff like that. Oh, I like both of these. I like both of these. But the first one will get me punched by Alisaie. Go on this one. Tell each other. And tell me. Tell her.
I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire.
You two are too much siblings sometimes. Alphinaud's a panini head sibling. This is why I should have been there to help restore her Aether.
Are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Yay! He's okay! He's talking again! Yo! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god. Ah, immediate tears. Immediate tears. Holy shit.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alisaie's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
But that's like the specific process of doing the memory thing, yeah.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
All of them? Alice, it trained you a lot to do one. It's a good, like, we've got a good thing going here. Can we just immediately go and help all of them, though?
Without wishing to dampen the mood,
yeah,
I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms.
Or pigs and using crystals instead, it might be possible. Ah, yes, let's use crystals around the tempered. That'll go swimmingly. Let's just grab a bunch of tempered, grab a bunch of crystals, grab a pit. Oh, fuck Titans,burg. We just have to teach everyone to make really shitty clay pigs.
Are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence.
Is there something crystals to detemper? Yeah, so yeah. It doesn't fix the people whose bodies are gone, which is the further things, yeah.
All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Tempered would be like, I should have flying pig, be too busy to summon Titan.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
And the thing that Alphina was saying about Alice never giving up is immediately shown right here, of just like, no, maybe we can though.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
I mean, did Becklug actually do anything to create the pig? Or, like, was Becklug just teaching Alice how to do it? Because it's just a familiar. Which, like, familiars exist in the source. But I don't think Becklug, like, made Alice, like, gave her an extra thing that made it happen. I'm pretty sure she just... they just taught Alice how to do it so she could do it herself. It's like you bring a horse to quiet down a bunch of drunks because they're all like, oh shit, a horse.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn.
Oh my god.
She's
I knew
stubborn,
it!
Haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I told you we were gonna harass her today. I fucking knew it. We're dealing with matters of the soul. I told you we were gonna harass that old woman once again. I told you it would happen.
I have to go now, Gaboo. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Yeah, the arrow long been inventory scout trying to get this frog's last card. Like the triple triad grind of fighting NPCs over and over again to get their cards is something that I'm scared of doing in the future. I must do the hardest thing I've ever done. I must call my mom. Gaboo! Holy shit. Holy shit. I can get a honey croissant? Croissant? Sorry, I gotta get a honey croissant. If I could smash a honey croissant so hard right now. Oh, sorry. We did it. We brought Garbu back. And if I have any say in the matter, he'll be the first of many. Others say he'll be exhausted from her efforts, but you wouldn't think so to look at her now. If she is ready to press on, then so am I. You may recall that in order to procure the ingredients for Angelo, we had no choice but to surrender ourselves to the whims of the pixies. But I should have done so far with better grace had I known what we'd go on to achieve. Because we needed, like, specific clay. We needed very specific clay to make the Angelo. Like master, like pupil. The trace of a wry smile is visual in Y'shtola's lips. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. But it seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. Of course, we can't just visit Matoya without having a reason to talk to her about needing help. As she will always remind us, we're never there to visit her just to have a chat. It's always because we need something. Whee! Whee! I mean, you can visit her whenever. I probably visit her more often than Y'shtola does. But so I gotta get mad that Y'shtola never calls. Is it weird for me to visit my mother-in-law more frequently than my girlfriend visits her mother? What else are cold people good for? Some very intense rain. Probably destroying the bitrate of the video immensely. Damn it, rain! That's alright, no one needs to see what's happening on screen, do they? That's not important. All you need to do is hear the dialogue and hear me laugh at it. And then listen to me make stupid bits about NFTs. While a cure for tempering is being found out there. Yo! Yo, you get the frog card. No, I still see the cards in your hand. You still get the frog card. I also see a pie. I see the cards in your hand. My brother-in-law talks to my sister more than I do. Master Matoya is something of a legend among Archons. I very much look forward to meeting her. If not the dressing down I am liable to receive for my inept attempts at summoning you. Do you remember? When last we came here, it was to find out why the others had collapsed. If someone had told me then that they'd been whisked away to another world, I probably would have laughed in their face. You live and learn, eh? It has been some time since Master Matoya last saw Y'shtola. What a lot they will have to talk about. I take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of Master and Pupil? Very well. Yeah, you got the card. Nice. See, the Warrior of Light showed up, and then you found what you needed. That's just what happens. Matoya!
Nary a word from you all this time. Then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
Right, yeah, Kral was talking to Matoya a lot about that.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Helps one of my boyfriends is there, but you know.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Uh-oh. Alphino, I think you fucked up.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
New Matoya voice, I think also old one passed away by now. I didn't notice a difference, and that is upsetting. Well, I can't believe Alpha got turned to a pile of ash. Anyway, moving on. Alpha, remember that time you considered drawing Y'shtola naked? Hey, remember that? Where's Shy Y'shtola? The one person who can do that to her is Matoya.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Oh man, Alphino, the one that she gets back at
Indeed.
you? The one she gets back
And
at you, you're
devoted
not gonna
people
survive.
that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
I do appreciate that every cutscene involving Y'shtola and Matoya is them just trying to outsmart each other. It's so good. Like, the fact that they are just constantly just, like, trading barbs of being snarky is so fun. They used my name and didn't even ask. Mom, I was in a literal different dimension.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
Sorry, I thought you two were having a moment. Graha here, at your service. Say it. Say the line,
How remiss
Graha.
of me. Grahatia is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a Scion.
Oh, not quite. It's not quite the line, Graha. It's not quite the line.
I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits.
Matoya's heard a lot about him. Yeah.
Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
Jesus Christ. The slutty cat boy, I've heard of you.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
Matoya, you literally have nothing but all day. You have a bad back, you're used to being old or nervous. We brought you this pig. This is our thanks. We brought you a pig. Behold, pigs fly.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Look at this pig. The other thing is, like, we're not just gonna make other pigs. We've got to imbue the magics that they need into each one of the pigs.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So we have a cure for tempering until you no longer have the royal blood aspect. Once you lose that, we no longer have a cure for tempering.
So I just need to create porxies with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were.
Oh. Oh, that fixes, like, every problem, then. That would fix just every problem, then. Wouldn't it? Like, every problem we're running into just is fixed at once. If you just have a familiar, just make more of them.
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Is that how we're playing Pigs at the Tempered? It's gonna be fucking Avengers Endgame. But one entire army is just nothing but pigs flying. Where does she mean, do you think? Some manner of hidden workshop, perhaps? Moldy Old Hole was my nickname in college. Moldy Old Hole? She must really miss the place. In case you've ever wondered, Alfina got his innocent streak from our mother. And it can be rather endearing, even useful in certain situations. But most of it just makes me want to shake him. Poor Yastola. Porxie that produces porxies. An inspired idea. I imagine it must be not easy though to make that. By the way, Manifest, do you think I misspoke earlier? I assure you it was not my intention to embarrass anyone. It's alright, Alphina. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just, at some point she's gonna get you back. I don't know when, but it'll happen. Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That's maybe, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what has become of it. Oh, there should be a handful of feral familiars, maybe a monster or two. But other than trouble the likes of you, you can consider cleaning up the place payments for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no other objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my pirogos ahead to lead you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Off you go. Bunch of monsters inside, this will be the dungeon. What are you still doing here? I'll to Maker's Quarter with you. I'll join you when I'm ready. Go now, shoo. I will join the fray when I've had my tea. Go. Wow, she really got everything from her. We need to have a dungeon into Matoya's moldy old hole. Yo! What if Dragon but fucked up? Whereabouts in the Maker's Quarter were we going? Oh, I wish this place... It's not even a case of I wish this place had better place aetherites. I wish this place had a fucking aetherite at all. That's it. Give me a side quest. Give me a side quest chain for the goblins to put an aetherite here. At the short stop. Just fucking do it. If it's there, it's at least fine. I know it still has that the Heavenswood issue of being on the other side of the map compared to everything else. But like, fucking, at least it's in the middle, and at least it's in this map and not in Idleshire. So annoying. I know you can't have one here for story reasons because they destroyed them all to make sure the Guardians couldn't use them when they had the Exodus from New Scion. I get it. It's why I want a quester is to build a new one. It would be very useful for the goblins to have one out here. Have a quest for them to build one out here. Gurg and also Arg. Pig. There's a dead body in the bushes. Judging by the unruly state of the flora without, I think it's safe to assume there'll be no shortage of unruly fauna within. Add to the undisturbed secrets of the workshop, and we have makings of an adventure. Does this one count? The workshop was an unforgiving place even before the Exodus, and I doubt the years of neglect have improved upon it. Down on the other side now. The grass could certainly do with a trim. As I may have mentioned, Alice and I were still very young when we departed with the Exodus. I envy a shoal of remembering the city as it once was. Your flapping wings are distracting me. Go away. Thank you. Then Gra would consider going to pick up a dinner on an adventure if it's with you. The same dead body keeps dying in a bunch of different bushes. Puro Rogo the Unwashed. Why do we have to call out the frog for being dirty? Greetings, Rabbit, and welcome to my good mistress's relict. Puro Rogo is my name, and I'm honored to be your guide. Within you will find a space dedicated to makings of familiars, along with a cabin wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom in over 15 years, and I regret being in some disarray. Rabbit? Well, rest assured, my brothers and I will show you to it that you're not to lose your way. Now then, Rabbit, only say the word and I'll show you in. Matoya's relic now accessible. Is it just this building? This building's not very big. The building's not huge. Matoya's relic now has a name on the map. But the building's not, it's one circle. Curious how this would be big enough for a dungeon. Smallest dungeon ever, perhaps. A single mob pool. Building's either an oldie or a hole. It is old though. So, Manifest, shall I lead the van? Would rather I followed up the rear? In front of the twins? Jesus Christ, Graha. Whatever you prefer, I'm happy to adapt. So come, let us go and make for our mother Porksy. They literally just have him be the most switch-coded character in the game. It's so like, oh my god. I was still a child when last I came here, but I'm rather more capable. Now that Master Matoya seems to have noticed. Mayhap she will when I have cleaned up the mess she left. Grah, the switchiest switch. No, I'm into whatever you're into. Okay, but what do you like? I like what you like. No, okay, but what I wanna do something for you, Graha. I wanna do something for you. What would make you feel good? What makes me feel good is you feeling good. Now, Graha, I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the sentiment, Graha. But I wanna. Okay. I see this is going nowhere. I'm no stranger to porksy making, as you know, and that must count for something. Sorry, I'm only allowed to bring in 4 people, including myself. One of you will have to sit outside. It's like, Graham Minifest just went out to get a burger. And then Minifest had to rub one out once she got home on it by herself. Though it has been a while since last I joined the fray, I followed Alice's example in practice whenever possible. My healing magics are ready as always. Pig. Pig. Alright, who we got? I have an Artesia. I have people flying and it's very hard to target them. Target practice, but it's me trying to lock onto people to try and invite them to a party. There we go. Alright, where's the other? Rhea! I see a Horatio as well. Sup, bye! The Tarantula Hawk. Alright, Tarantula Hawk. Join the party. I'm also present, just not that building. Well, I figured I'd give Rhea a chance to join in on this one, just because, you know, you have a very limited sub. So this might be like your one time to join in a dungeon for a bit. But I also do see a man on a horse. The horse is a little different to the pigs. Do you want me to fly over? I must see your willingness. I must see your dedication to join the dungeon. Because I have a horse neighing at me right now who really wants to join it. No, sorry, never mind. That's the pig's gone. I'm seeing two different pigs here. We have a pig without a crown. And we have a pig with a crown. I'm being harassed by pigs. And I'm being just stalked by a horse. That's not a pig. Oh, it's the gunshot pig. Yeah, right, the crown. I forgot about that. Big pig. Very big pig. Raron, did you want to join the dungeon? I'll invite you. I'll invite you if you want. I'm just being stubborn. Hey, there we go. Spiky pig. No, sorry. I have one dark matter. There we go. Getting a house bit, I guess. There we go. There we go. Feel bad. Pie's like doing things and then didn't even get into the dungeon. Oh, it's Gillenbursty! Hey, I think I can get the Gillenbursty mount now. I think that was actually added onto there. None of these are pigs. None of these are pigs. Oh, you're just gonna break in and join us? Alright, alright. I'll see you inside. I'll see you inside once you break in. I'll see you in there. There we go. I'll see you in there. Matoya's Relict. The Maker's Quarter was once home to some of the finest crafters Eorzea had ever seen, but has lain in forgotten ruins since the Scion Exodus. It is there, hidden amongst overgrown foliage, that the entrance to the former workshop at the Ark on Matoya can be found. Seeking to create a familiar that creates familiars, you throw open the doors and step into the moldy old hole. The first souls that do so in decades. Oh, we got double Viper. Double Viper all the way across the sky. Alright, new dungeon. Sure. Halloween dungeon, let's go.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Porogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Poop Jiggle Dungeon. Yeah. Minor Fist in her true form does that with this outfit. There we go. Alrighty! Woo woo woo! Alright, we must listen to the Porogos first. They're dancing. The clay can be had at the Cauldron Ribbit through this portal, if you would. Oh, okay, so like, okay. So we're gonna go through portals to grab shit first. Okay. Okay. Stay focused now. We've got a little... Why is there already a Stola pillow? I don't think this is what the community has in mind when they say they want a Stola body pillow. Also, wow, this dungeon is loud. Baby a Stola reading nook. Adorable. Hey, the Scion wardrobes and retainers keep bringing me. You can tell it's like meant to be like originally a Stola because it's got the ARR beads around her hair. And this is her nook, I guess. Because it's got her cushion. Yeah, I like how you can see, like, yeah, that's the building. It just goes underground, though. We just go completely underground immediately. All the stuff on top, yeah, that's just like a farce. It's like, actually, like, this is actually, like, goes underground. Fuck it. Grime Grot. Unique teleport animation. Grime Grots. Okay, so we're just like... Yeah, we've built a house, and that house teleports to just, like, areas in caves we've built a lot of shit. So I did not get this cleared by the other Scions. Alright, what do we got, Frog? Follow me this way, Ribbit, and put down any pest that bar our way. A lot of pests everywhere, I see. Alright, onwards we go! Let's go, Frog! Let's go, Frog! The fucking music. The fucking music. So ridiculous. I love it! It is ridiculous, though. Is game too loud? I feel like this music is really loud. Allow me to assist you with the gap, Ribbit. Oh, this dungeon music is so loud. Whee! Spriggans! Attack the Spriggans! Did not imagine the place would be so infested, Ribbit. Probably little details hiding. Oh my god! Sonny of Ziggy! Oh no! Ziggy has returned! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh, that's cool. Call back to Anti-Tower, because, like, similar location. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I got so distracted, I forgot to do literally any mitigation in that pool. I got so distracted. It's like, mitigation? I don't need that for this pool, right? No, Sonny of Ziggy. Clay's just across the way, but you need to deal with the Mudman first, Ribbit. Mudman! Okay, I'm seeing holes and I'm seeing mud. We can't even step out there, okay. Point of Intel doesn't have the same Ziggy mechs anymore. Balls. It doesn't have the mechanic of, like, stand behind the rock as Ziggy shoots a laser at you. Did they get rid of that? But how is Ziggy meant to play guitar now? Hard rock. Urgh. Hard rock. Petrified Pete. Oh no, it's the mud spells from the dungeon. Oh! The balls are being sucked into the holes. Into the hole, I guess? Aim it at the hole? Yay! Aim it at the hole! Oh, I've made this the worst it could have been because the way I was facing. Whoops. Changed it when they added duty support. Duty support is such a curse with how much it makes something less interesting. Put the balls in my dirty brown hole. Oh no. Hard rock. Combo, combo, combo. Yeah, 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 yeah. More petrified P. Boy. Oh no! There's a guy on the side now. I assume we don't want him to, like, overlap so they hit us both here. There we go. What causes the hole to suck? Normal question to ask, but what causes the hole to suck? Bam! The clay coat cauldron. Now we have our clay ribbon. Let's return to the interstice. There we go. Lot of portal dungeon. Big portal dungeon. Horniness. Cannot put ball in hole with man. Damn. Can't believe this dungeon has heterochromia. Next, we need to get the water flowing again. It'd be my pleasure to show you to the Clear Note Cauldron, Ribbit. Please use this portal. P-Pelt's the blue mage spell that combos with the broom one. Oh! Yashtola's sitting on... sorry, Val's sitting on Yashtola's face. Oh, that's what gives the book rhymes thing. Oh, stars above. Oh, I was hoping this would be a jump puzzle like in Badasian Arsenal. Badasian Arsenal would turn this into a jump puzzle, but it's not a jump puzzle here, unfortunately. Booans! Evil Counselor Aliens? I have no idea what you're referring to there. For your own safety, I'll ask that you keep close to me, Ribbit. Oh. Jesus. Water. Same damn movie? What movie did I reference? You're dealing with someone with an incredibly short memory. I want you to know this. Kung Pao ends with the fist. Did I reference that? I don't remember referencing that. Okay. I feel like there are enough lines. Oh yeah, the Evil Council Aliens. Okay, I do remember that now. Now that you mention it, okay, I can't think of it. I'll be honest, there's probably enough lines from Kung Pao that are just like in my brain that I don't even recognize them anymore as references. They're just sayings that I have. Are we just jumping down? No one in Charlie never heard of staircases? Fucking music is so good. You go that way, I'll go home. We are children, we are children. That's a lot of nuts, it's a lot of that movie is just in my brain forever. He just left with nuts. Certain people who have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. It's alright, we're talking about a movie that is not necessarily aged well and is a little problematic. But has a lot of moments that are very, very funny. Little spring yonder ought to put a spring in your step. Hey. Water go sploosh. Oh my god, how many mob pools is this? This is our third one in this area. This is our third mob pool in this one area. Wow. What are we? A Heavenswood dungeon? Oh, we're in a Heavenswood zone, so we're immediately going back to Heavenswood dungeon design of splitting mob pools into 3s and not 2s. Oh. Made references like that was on his raid with nobody else got it. That was like the movie that a lot of people in my high school were watching that and like referencing. That was the movie. Another lift, Ribbit. Just a moment. Oh, they're lifts. You're just not letting us actually get on the lift when you move it and you're just making us jump off. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. I sense a mischievous presence, Ribbit. Please take care. Oh my god, I think I've seen people running around with a Nixie as a minion. I think I recognize this as a minion. Hello, little weird thing. Alright, here we go. Whee! Tee, let's play, let's play! Water, water, become spears, thing of flesh and bones to pierce. Playing bra. That didn't even hurt that much. Water, water, flow so swift, wash away and set adrift. So to stand in the middle square. There are lines on the floor. There are lines on the floor. Where are you going? Such fun! More water! We need more water! Oh god, there's so many of them! Oh, it's the thing that they showed us before. Oh, okay, okay. Singing in the rain. Unfinished Nixie. No, all my water's gone! But I can't lose, I won't! Do I want to jump off? Or are they gonna... Ah, no, we stay up here as well. Big explosion of water. Why won't you get hit? I'll kill you for saying on there, yeah. Shower power! There are lines on the floor! We're really pushing that one. But we made it work! Crash smash! Very interesting tank buster cleave there. Where it like comes from multiple directions. Very interesting way of doing that, I like that. I like that. Alright, I give up, you win. Water's flowing again, River. Let us head back. Yo, you can actually like see the water fill up. Yo. Yo, that's cool. You can actually see it all go. And then it fills into the pipes. Yeah. Boss needs to put markers on the floor, makes it mechanics easier if they don't want us to kill them. There are lines on the floor. Last but not least, we need to fire up the kiln. Step right through, Ribbon. I'll guide you safely to the kiln fire cauldron. Oh, hey! Oh, yeah, we're actually, you can see it here. Look, it's a pig. We got the clay, and now we're making a pig. Oink. Alright, we're gonna go down there so we can fire up the Everforge. Let's go. Big pig. It go oink. Hey, it cracked, eventually. Jesus Christ. Suddenly color! How are we... How did we get gay lava? How's that gay lava? It turned the lava gay. Off we go, River. Please try not to fall behind. How did you turn the lava gay? What's going on over there? The cauldron of gay over there. Spilled my crayons. What the ribbit? Oh shit, giant hands. Oh, these are puddings. Licorice, flans. Well, one of them's a far bad. Gaia and Reen's fault somehow. Oh no. So we've had our rejoinings of like all of the elements and of darkness. We nearly had one of light. We forgot about the final, what the final rejoining will be. Homosexuality. When enough gays appear in one of the reflections and at the source at the same time. When two incredibly gay people go to make out, it'll be an explosion and a rejoining of queerness. Oh no. Oh no. Little magma can't stop us, Ribbit. The gayest of economy. Thought it's always a bunch of gay people. I'm now realizing we've got a frog surrounded by this. Is this what Alex Jones was talking about? Is this what's turning the frogs gay? Is that what's happening? Is that what's going on here? We're surrounded by gay water and there's frogs. Are we sure he didn't just play Shadowbringers? I'm too used to Bozzy where I don't even need to mitigate because I have Bloodsucker on. Alright, I don't have Bloodsucker Essence on right now. I don't have that on. Water turns frogs gay, but frogs turn lava gay like it's an RPS system. Well, he mentioned the gay lava, everyone would have believed him. Yeah. Honestly, smite this fiend once and for all, Ribbit. Thing's annoying me. Go and kill it. Trying to attack us this whole time. Just fucking murderize it, please. The autos are actually kind of hurting. Hot lava. It's hot because it's gay. The weird floating pot that just says next to it there on that hand. Throw me off. What a fiery battle that was! And I don't mean the magma! Your destination awaits. Probably picked up some accessories in the meantime. Jumpy jumpies. That takes care of the kiln, Ribbit. Oh! We don't have our final boss to, like, turn on the kiln. Oh, I guess we gotta go back up to the... I'm literally reading the side of the screen. It spoiled it. Yummy soup. It says you can walk everywhere. Oh my god, you actually can go around, like, the entire thing. Completely unnecessary, but you can actually walk around the entire thing. Interface spoilers! Can't jump in the gay lava, though. I'm not allowed to jump in the gay lava. That I'm not allowed to do. I appreciate Final Fantasy XIV's going into new uncharted territory by giving us gay lava. Nothing would happen to you anyway. Except some mild gay melting. Yo, pig. Pig.
Right then. Let's get this over with.
Yo, fancy as hell. Not just a crown.
Difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Porcine porcelain, Mother Porksy. We're going for silly vibes this patch, and I love it. I appreciate silly vibes for the patch. Yo, Mother Porksy is so much fancier than, like, the Gongcha pig that I got. Man. Woe begone workshop. So much fancier. Alright. They could smell fear. Foxy! Let's see how well you handle the big girl. I am the big girl. Thing. So there might be a size difference between the king and the queen Foxy. Tenderloin. May have got my thing up a little late there. Whoops. Whoops. Come back here! Oi! Huff and puff. Into the circle. And... whee! Oh! You huffed and you certainly fucking puffed. My goodness. Meat mallet. You move a lot. Barbecue. Oh no. Mother Porksy takes a deep breath in. About to get turbulent and then I get sucked up into the aether. Oh god. How are you all moving further? Oh god. Jesus. Interesting mechanics here. Like being sucked back and pulled like that for mechanics. We've got some cool mechanics here. I'm digging it. Stop being untargetable though. Find it quickly, you'll be in for a world of pain. I started the edge, yeah, I was pretty close to it, so. Barbecue is specifically the one. Whoa! Whoa, Jesus! Oh, okay, hi. Oh! Oh, that's oh, okay, that's... This is such a cool dungeon boss. This is a really cool dungeon boss. Like, the two before this in this dungeon are alright. Like, nothing bad about them, just kind of, like, a little par for the course. This one, though, we're getting very creative in it, and I'm really digging it. Like, blows up into the sky so you can see the direction that, like, it's gonna blow in is pretty good. Tenderloin! Tenderloins! Any other mechanics? Or are you just gonna let yourself die? I think the mechanics are... Okay, the mechanics just happen once and then it starts looping, that at the ends there. Aww. But not dead, because the whole point was to keep you alive. Yeah! We beat up a pig! Yeah, we're happy! Yeah, we're happy after a dungeon clear. Let's go! Nixie also got a blue mace spell. Forgot about that. Oh. Another 2 for dungeons. Heirloom jacket offending. Ooh. Happy animal about animal abuse. Yo. I do like that. I do quite like that. Once again, it mainly runs into the issue where the shoulder pad is so huge because it's on Minor Fist that it makes it look a little awkward. It's fucking gigantic on her. But the base shirt, I love that. Pig! Heirloom is dieable, don't make gear for the most part. Oh, okay. Pet the pig! Okay, I will say this is probably the most accurate pet ever. In terms of, like, where my hand is as actually petting it properly. It's the most, it says I'm patting in the air, but this is the most accurate one ever. Why is the pig twitching so much? Why is the pig twitching? Nothing quite like a killing fresh familiar. Never knew familiar creation could be so rough. Quite a fight she put up. She's twitching. Is that normal? That's what I was wondering about. We swear it's not dead. Look, it's twitching. She goes through to make bread. Alphino? Have we finished then? Yo! One of our longer dungeons in a while. That was 25 minutes. I feel like that's a particularly notably long dungeon. Probably because it's a bunch of mob pools that are split into 3s and not 2s. like 3 mob pools between a boss instead of 2. And we also looked around a lot. We did need to see the pillar. Pig!
There we are. Quite tame.
Pig!
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether.
I have
once more.
so much of it! Let me help! Let me help! I have so much of it, dear God. I have so much. I'm so fun with that. Nixie mini is annoying and I still don't have it. So you manifest, you stay out of this. I just fought. Cannon, so did they.
That should suffice.
So this pig can now just make all the pigs with the magic already.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some corpses.
She'll not even help in this time either. At least
Assuming
Matoya is old.
someone can spare the requisite energy.
I can! Let me help! Oh my god.
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Let me help! Let me help! Let me help! Okay, our efforts got a 3 for deal out of that.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos.
We got a 3 for deal out of that one. That's pretty fucking good. Same amount of energy required as what we did before, but we got 3 pigs. Yo!
And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
We really are just fixing like the entire tempering problem. 1, in a single patch, though the groundwork was laid before, but 2, with an army of pigs. It really is just an army of pigs gonna do it for us, aren't they? Let Matoya so you can tease her daughter. I knew that guy didn't know what he was talking about when he told me where babies come from.
I will require a moment before I try again.
Let me help!
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone. We're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Back to Limsa! Ordering a cheeseburger while everyone's so tired. Technology, or in this case,
Agreed.
magic, marches on.
Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vylbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
I fought the warrior
In
of light
addition to the
incarnate. This is
Porksies,
nothing.
I trust you've gained
Carry
an inkling of how
lifetime.
much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
One of us full of ether. Well, my work here is done. Let's take a nap too.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Look how slowly Yashnol is walking. As slowly as possible. It's like, yeah, one. I don't even think my slow walk is faster than that. I can't walk slow. I can't walk that slow. Given it was her first time making a pork stew, Master Matoya did a fine job. Though she did have Angela for inspiration. And a giant fucking furnace. Forgive me if this is a silly question, but of all the creatures real and imagined, why choose a flying pig? Not that I dislike pigs, mind you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Good timing! One side of my headphones died. Good timing! Right after the dungeon. Pogs. Pogs. I can also tell, I do apologize, I'm coming down with a tired spell. I can very much feel that. See, it wasn't because the Moogle quests were boring and that other time that I got hit by a tired spell. I just did a fucking dungeon. And fought a giant pig and I'm being hit by a tired spell. That's just how it be. That's just how... Actually, you know what I haven't done? I haven't taken my medication today. I've not taken my pills today. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should down all of these on stream as trans propaganda. And magnesium propaganda, I guess. I can run this slow. Watch this in 20 seconds. How are you doing that? How are you doing that? What controls is that does that? Oh, ah. Pill got stuck to the top of my throat, my mouth. How are you doing that? Is this a keyboard and mouse thing? Is this a keyboard and mouse thing? Are you just like rapidly selecting in front of you so you only move a little bit to move to the destination? I have no idea how keyboard and mouse controls work for movement. It doesn't work on my screen thing. I don't know what that means. Oh, mashing W. Okay. Just mash W over and over again. Yeah, there we go. I took my pills. That won't kick in immediately. In fact, probably won't kick in during the stream, but I probably should take them. Probably should take them. I imagine, not all, but I imagine some of my energy issues come from a lack of iron because I keep forgetting to take my pills. I would not be surprised by this. See, here's me mashing W. That's the best I can give you. Sorry, the best I can give you is this. Jesus Christ. Jesus. www. The person doing that screen on the other screen does what you saw me do. Oh, okay. So on your screen, okay. So on your screen, what does me doing this look like? What does me doing that look like on your screen? Because I'm doing it with a control stick, it might be a bit different. Do I press Daz Boobly on yours? More Val did, just more jittery. No, because this Val's basically the same thing. Okay. What about doing it with walking? What about if I do it at walking speed? Very hard to do it on a controller. What do I slide like this? There we go. Yeah! Okay, doing it on that is pretty good. Very bizarre, but I love it. Oh, I can set my music back up now. We're no longer in the dungeon, I can set my music back up. Go, Chocobo, go! Go, Yokai Watch character, go! Go! Yeah! Do this on an ice floor, just like see characters just really showing the game their footing. The thing is how wheels work. Also hipper. Also hipper. Don't think I've seen a hippo in the game. I don't think so. Capybara! To be fair, I've also not seen a capybara in the game. There's a lot of mounts that I'm just like, that are probably not actually in the game as like anything other than a mount. Like, there's nowhere in the world you run into a fat cat. There's nowhere in the world you run into a capybara or a hippo. They just exist as mounts. They're exclusively mount things. Anyway, Alvinar! Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with your stroller. They are peas in a pod, are they not? This point place you haven't been, yeah, so there's that. That's true. Hey, now I can do trust. The Admiral's resolve. Alvino is eager to deliver good tidings to Limsa. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in the Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. If I can, whatever Stormwood Trial Series is called. Oh yeah, but that's like a minion one. I'm talking about like the Mount Fat Cat. You can't run into a Mount Fat Cat as an enemy. I'm gonna actually, before we do that, I must visit wife. I must see if she's there. They said they're going back there. I must check if there's unique dialogue. This game loves doing that, and I must check. I must check if there is unique dialogue. Also, is there people in the cave here at the moment? Or is that just always glowing like that? Is there people in there right now or not? No, that's the mushrooms. That's the mushrooms, never mind. I was wondering if it was like, oh, maybe there's a big fish for fishing off of there at the moment. No, it's just the mushrooms that are having a glow. Oh yeah, party! Get out of here. Lol. Lol. See, I was a dick just then. I left the party, so it means that the other two are still in a party. Go away, I'm sick of fates here. Doing so many goddamn fucking heavens with things to Bozu. So over it. So over it. No idea how many more I have to do, but I tell you what, I'm at a point where I don't want to do any more. What's up, bye? What, that way in? See, I just like this orb in front of it and it lets me in. Oh, you just climb in. That works pretty well. What's up? Are they back here? Are they both here? Are they both here? Unique dialogue. Yeah! Has Eureka 1 and 2 made you any more amenable to Endwalker's just poetics? I understand. I'm at this point, what my brain is saying is that most of the people's complaints about, like, the game has no content primarily come from the fact that Endwalker Relics didn't have any zones. Which means that Endwalker feels like it has less content, and then when you're waiting for that equivalent to come out in Dawn Trail, you can't go back to Endwalker's equivalent because it doesn't have one. So at this point, I'm kind of just thinking that most of the complaints about not enough to do stem primarily from Endwalker Relic being what it is. Ugh, my joints were fairly screaming by the time I got home, and a stroller was more hindrance than help. In future, I'll thank you to keep your favors closer to my cave. My apologies, but I will rest here a while. Go on without me. Man, I came back to see if you had super unique dialogue, and you had, like, one word. I mean, Matoya complained about her knee, so that's nice, but, you know. I was wondering if they had any dialogue for, like... Oh, I can just return. Wondering if the frogs had any dialogue about Stroller being here at the moment. Room dialogue? Is it actually unique? Is it actually unique? Like, just teleport. Is it actually unique for this one moment? I will teleport back. It's just a bit of a flight. Probably not. On the other hand, you don't have to grump on specific duty or some such 50,000 times, and it lends itself well to the stream. The thing is, like, it's, again, I would be, like, I like doing the zones. It's more so just, like, it's really annoying. It's really annoying that I want to play more Bosnia, but the best way to do the Bosnia Relic is to play almost anything but Bosnia. That's the thing that I find annoying. I want to play Bosnia content, but the game says, oh, you want to work on the Relic for Bosnia content? Go do something else. That's what annoys me. I wish Bosnia was the best way to do it, so I could spend more time there, because I want to spend more time there. Even as we speak, we are weaving a new future. When it all becomes history, I hope that those who follow may look back with gladness, and I'll continue quoting answers for the rest of the game. As my composed Shadowbringer's Relic was, I want to do more of the content. But instead, no, go do Heavens with Fates, instead of doing, like, skirmishes and CEs in the Southern Front. Because that's not as, because playing the actual Bosnia content is not as good of a way to work on the, like, I'm okay with alternate methods. I think the alternate method thing is fine. It also means that you just casually work towards your relics while doing other stuff, like, to make all of them. But the alternate relics, like, the alternate method should not be better or straight up realistically the only way to do it compared to the content specifically designed around it. Like, doing Delibrum is better than doing what is it, Palace of the Dead, I think it is? Doing Delibrum for that step is better than doing Palace of the Dead. So that works. Castrum kind of works better than doing Crystal Tower, but for my time that I can usually play at, Castrum's usually not up at that time. I've gotten, like, all of my pieces that I have here, a lot of this is from Castrum, but a good, I would say, 10 to 15 have been from Crystal Tower. If we offer them the means to cure the tempered, the beast tribes are far more likely to listen. Stop calling them that. How about stop calling them that as well? Though the Admiral is not expecting us, I am certain she will want to hear our report. Come, let us request an audience. I am literally the Warrior of Light and I started here. I think if I said, hey Melwood, can we have lunch together, she'd say yes. Someone didn't read the patch notes. Why, Captain Usam Blackburn! Ever a welcome sight. Tidings from the Admiral, you say. She's presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she'll make an exception. Follow me. Maybe the guests will be helpful as well for what we're discussing. Never mind, the guests are going to be perfect for what we're discussing, what we want to discuss. Never mind. Literally the best guests we could possibly imagine. My friends, what brings you here this day? We found a cure for tempering. Other people reacting appropriately of just like, fucking bullshit. What? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you, Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it. Here in Limsa. And production of more familiars has already begun. Did I get Eureka stuff with poetics, especially the glams? The problem with Eureka is that even if you do Eureka, it's slower than Bosnia, no matter what you do, because it's so slow to do anything in Eureka. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace. Yet I fear it'll take more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. For starters, stop calling them beastmen. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Say, I told you. Stop saying beastman. Welcome as it is, a cure not guaranteed reconciliation between our peoples. For though summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. She acknowledged it in the same breath. Progress, something the other Scions aren't even doing, like something the Scions aren't doing right now. And also, hey, she's acknowledging this. That, yeah, the whole tempering and primals is a symptom of the problem, not the cause of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. Problem is that, like, you literally tried to do this before. Like, Limsa, I don't know if specifically Melb was involved with that. But, like, Limsa specifically has tried to do this before. And then Limsa went back on their word on it. So, like, I don't blame the Sahagin or the Kobold saying, you literally did this before. And you still betrayed us. Why the fuck should we trust you this time? Like, Limsa has literally done this before, and they turned around and said, actually, you know what? Nah. Kill, kill, kill. "'Twas I who moved that the Alliance renew its push for peace." Wow. Moab actually stepping up and being like, hey, we should do this. Again, like, in terms of, like, the conflict between the city-state and the society's, like, summoning primals, it has always, since ARR, been Limsa that is the most, like, direct of it. Because for Gridania has its own problem with the elementals, right? But the Sylph issue isn't caused by Gridania. They say as much in the story. The Sylphs are primarily, like, doing all of their tempering in response to the Gallian Empire. Not what Gridania's doing. Gridania's, like, cohabitating with the lands. Like, they, like, for Gridania to piss off the Sylphs, they would have to do something that probably piss off the Elementals first. So, like, cooperation with this, like, the Sylphs, there's way more untempered Sylphs than seemingly any other, like, one of the ARR ones. So, like, it's, like, a lot more of a balance there. And then when you go over to Uldar, then you do have the problem, like, there's the, what's it called? I was gonna call them the Zoos, but that's the name on the first. Amajas. The Amaja. Yeah, oh, sorry, I forgot about the Excel. I forgot about the Excel. No, never mind. Gridania do explicitly antagonize the Excel. Like, yeah. So that's the thing, is, like, Gridania actively antagonize the Ixal, but they do that, like, the Elementals are okay with that because the Ixal have, like, come in from outside and are taking resources, and the Elementals say, hey, we don't want the Ixal here. Gridania, kill order. So again, becomes an issue with that. And then you go over to Uldar, and the problem is with the Almarja. And I don't know enough about the history of Almarja to, like, know the origins of that conflict. But given that Uldar is Uldar, I'm going to assume Uldar was the cause of the main conflict between them and the Almarja. Hey guys, let's start getting on with the Sylphs and the Ixal. What about the Dustwites and Mooncats? Fuck them. Ul'dah had a lucky only having one tribe to contend with, yeah. But, like, I don't remember for the Al-Marja, like, why do the Al-Marja hate Ul'dah so much? I don't remember the cause incident of that. Because, like, for the kobolds, it's Limsa coming to this land and trying to take the lands. Like, originally when, like, people first came here at all. And then they came to an accord and agreed on it. And then Laminsans went back on it. So that pissed them off. For the Sahagin, it was, again, the Sahagin land was taken over by Limsa when they first came here. And then it's been re-spurred on by the Seventh Umbral Calamity. Because where the Sahagin decided to live after that was completely destroyed by the Seventh Umbral Calamity. So then the Sahagin had to come up and reclaim a piece of lands for themselves. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Laminsans have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. Which you can't blame the Sahagin for. Like, it was man who caused the Seventh Umbral Calamity, even if it wasn't them, it was Garlemald. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is the word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who'd listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. Wiki says hundreds of years ago, Al-Marja and Lawless were friends. I mean, like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like, the Al-Marja have, like, a very equivalent intelligence and, like, societal things to humans, as we see in the first. So, yeah, this is one of them piss off the others. The lot of our business leaders have taken to derogatory referring to Al-Marja as beasts and portrayed them as inferior to justify raiding Al-Marja caravans. The Al-Marja, meanwhile, wish to zealously spread their belief in Ifrit and kidnapping Yorzians to temper them into Ifrit's minions. I mean, yeah, like, everything there is just like, yeah, the Al-Marja have their belief in Ifrit and stuff like that to temper them, which means they're already tempered, which means something happened before that. Considering potential Ascian involvement, probably both. That is also true. That is also true. Like, the Ascians didn't seem to be involved in this at all, outside of, like, telling the kobolds and Sahagin how to, like, summon primals. But, this conflict is entirely caused by the Laminsans here. It's entirely the Laminsans' fault. I like this specific thing of just, like, given what the Warrior of Light has done, this is, like, inspiring Melweb to just be like, you know what? Why the fuck are we saying anything is impossible? Look at what they're fucking doing. We do know they said a lot of shit in places posing as normies. And I thought it high time that I followed suit. Hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vylbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. The friendly faction might literally be the ones that we were helping in ARR with the society quests. Wow, it's actually the bloody executioners who are being Zix this time. Now they're actually going back to ARR executioners. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would found without them. Very possible the Minions fought with Kobold Saga all on their own, but also possible the Ascians nudge them toward it. No real way of knowing. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, the Ascians might have nudged them towards it, but like the Liminsons still did it, kind of thing. It's like Thordon. It's just like, yeah, Thordon was nudged into summoning like King Thordon Primal, but like the Ascians were able to do that because of like the mentality that Thordon had to begin with. I'm given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfear, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. We heard about that like a day or two ago, yeah. Correct. So I didn't realize, they said that Hilfear was, like, sick. I figured that meant that, like, because we asked for the strongest person. I didn't realize the strongest person when they said Hilfear meant the literal captain. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. I remember them saying Hilfear and saying that he was like, we asked for the strongest axe, and they said Hilfear. And they said, like, oh, he's sick, though. I didn't realize he was the captain. As a proven in real life, you don't need Ascians to fuck up society. I mean, Dragon Song War. Dragon Song War. Dragon Song War literally doesn't have Ascian involvement until King Thordon. It's like why that's like the whole thing about Dragon Song. It's just like that's why like Hyden's so upset about in the song Dragon Song, because it's just like, bro, the Ascians aren't even doing anything here. You two are just entering a cycle of violence. Why? Correct. In his absence, his right-hand man leads, a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Drop his M itself. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We've invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned naught of any value. Moves to us. I was asking there for him, like, literally yesterday. I'll do it again. TBH and Ascian could have whispered schemes into their ears thus starting the Dragon Song War. Again, I take Dragon Song to imply that that never happens. It's one of those things where, like, because this game loves showing as much as it can, if an Ascian was involved with the original, like, taking of Ratotoskir's eyes, I think they would have hinted at it. I think the fact that they showed, like, they never once in any capacity showed that an Ascian was there in any capacity means that it didn't happen. Like, if a mystery is, like, if there is uncertainty, they usually say there's uncertainty. We don't know whether it's one way or the other. So the fact that they don't show something, unless it's, like, the things that we absolutely know nothing about, I take it as it means that it didn't. Like, we have echo visions of that shit, and there's no Ascians. So I'm just like, I doubt it. What did you just see yesterday? No, his lung disease hasn't healed yet. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Feel like Ascian did it being part of Heavens would lessen the theme, so probably not. Yeah, it's also my thing. Like, an Ascian did it is, like, Thordon summoning King Thordon Primal, which literally killed La Habrea. So it's like an Ascian, like, furthered the plot for Thordon to summon a Primal, and La Habrea fucking died for it. No, the problem is Ishgard. No, everything bad in the world can be just like, oh, it's not us, it's the Ascians so bad, yeah. Again, that's what I take that's why I take the way, like, the song Dragon Song is Hydaelyn pleading about both dragon and man. Why are you doing this? Why are you endlessly killing each other? I don't get it. Why are you doing this? I care about you both. Why are you so insistent on doing this war? And I don't think that song would come across quite that same way if Hydaelyn knew that Ascians were behind it. And Ascian did do Garlemald, but everyone involved was very much complicit without being one. Yeah. Like, Gaius has almost verbatim said as much. That it's just like, yeah, Gaius was manipulated by an Ascian scheme. But he still did it. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn, then. Good luck. Again, unless it's explicit that we don't know enough about the circumstances to say one way or the other, my thing is just like, if the game doesn't say that a thing is possible, then trying to say it is that is just like kind of pointless. Like trying to say that Ascians were behind like Limsa fucking over kobolds and Sahagins to me is just like, again, it also, like, it lessens the themes of what they're trying to do here. Like, no, Limsa has been a colonialist state. It needs to, like, answer for that. I know naught of this city, save what I've read of heard in passing. So in this matter, I will follow your lead. The Admiral is right. The cause of the conflict needs to be addressed. We'll do what we can to ease the way, but ultimately force the Luminsans to make peace with their neighbors. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Scion. If you can approach the pirates, Manifest, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. You're dressed like one of them now. They're probably going to be more responsive to you than anyone else. You're back to wearing your pirate coat. They'll probably be more chill with you. Also, you're the one with an exploding fucking sword strapped to your back, so you'll probably do much better. Oh yeah, I'm just going to the other two. I'm just going to the other two. Yeah. I was about to say, did my frame rate, like, really massively drop just then? I think it's while... I think there was enough people in the, Papaya jump scare. Papaya jump scare. I do appreciate... I appreciate that the Sanguine Sirens are still getting into the spirit of Easter, and they have also decorated their banners, because the Sanguine Sirens also love their eggs, apparently. But yeah, I thought my frame rate had dropped, and I'm just like, is there a, like, recording problem or a gameplay, like a program problem going on? And then I teleported to the top, and I went back to 60, and I'm just like, oh, no, I was just around Limsa's Aetherite. Never mind, that just causes the frame rate to tank sometimes. No new dialogue there. Roswin! Eh? You want about a Sicard? He's a wily bugger is what he is. Found some clever way to make coin there, saying traded for Monskite's place at Old Hillfier's side. There was a time we raised the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet, but the Garleans are gone and them days with them. Owing to which, we've all had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With that jumped up Bilgerat Sicard landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we Sirens are struggling minds. We do well enough guarding fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for our troubles, see? Quality stuff at bargain price. This applies to our sisters as can't sell on account of getting old or wounded, or with childs, and they could get up and sell for a pretty profit. Simple. How I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong. But when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all bad. Makoko is top tier. Melkoko, one of the explicit Lala / non-Lala romances in the game. There's not a ton of them. There's not a ton of them. Melkoko is one of them. It's funny, Limsa has another one because of the people pining over Sisyphus down in the Fisherman's Guilds. Eggs. Yeah, I just like the idea that in this world, because there's no Christianity. The dream. I just like in this world that because there is no Christianity, Hatching Tide is just literally, we like eggs. It's the we like eggs holiday. So I love the, and it's only been around for like a couple of years. I love the idea that the in-canon, in-universe explanation is just that once a year, the main 3 city-states of Eorzea just collectively undergo a mass hysteria of being obsessed with eggs. I love it. Chanel isn't thinking of kids with Sicard. That'd be weird, obviously. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Galleon vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the sea since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Kragans are taking the trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how then are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not allowed to share it with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. Eggs are yummy. It's the sheer level of the obsession that they all undergo the moment that Hatching Tide comes around. Like when we did the Hatching Tide event, you just talk to people who are just like, absolutely fucking, my god, eggs! All the time. It's so funny. Again, I stand by that I think this year's Hatching Tide is actually in some capacity a self-parody of what they normally do in this game with seasonal events. Because people are so obsessed with the sheer concept of eggs, it feels like a parody of other seasonal events. Walking through the city, one would never suspect this was until recently a bastion of piracy. The animal is to be commended for overseeing so swift a transformation. 0% chance the eggs are the key to the gods coming back. As I went about making my inquiries, I chanced upon a shop that boasted a rather enticing selection of sweetmeats. Perhaps we could take Garbu and Graha there one day? I see everyone has returned. Now who would like to go first? I found fuck out. I found out fuck all shit for Dick other than they're getting money. So just as their imperial prey began to disappear, Sicard turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to the tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before. But no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter for the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the Sicard executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, executioners do not want the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and the thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds and Sargon lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence as yet, we must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Traditional beverage brewed from the extract of fermented lingonberries. Possibly alcoholic, I'm taking it. Booze! Glug, 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 glug. Do you remember Alphinaud pretending to be some manner of merchant in infiltrate Yulmore? Maybe 10 Gil, he's about to reprise the role. If one of his theories prove well founded, it would go some way to explain the executioner's vehement opposition to peace. They're about to run Delabrum? Damn, I could do that. The search for Sicard. Alphinaud has the look of a man with a plan. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. I'll say if you didn't want to just ask, I have 10 mil. After asking around, I was able to get an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer, in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. Man is due to be at Ocean's Embrace in Lower Lenosha shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. How far away is that from... Oh, it's better teleport then, never mind. It's kind of dead in between. It's kind of the same. It's kind of the same. Ah, you knew I'd teleport. There we go. Trying to be like, how... Is it closer to Limsa or the Marabi? It's kind of dead even between the two, not gonna lie. Quick, we have found the way. He is here, in the exact center between two fast travel points. Fun. Lala. Lala with long hair. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, you're surely in league with the Bloody Executioners. You'll surely be wary of those to the Admiral. The Scions, not least of all. Compared to yours and mine fists, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of the buyer. They'll believe me because I have a crystal staff, so me being interested in crystals would make sense. Grahar is right. Any of you aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well, I leave it to you, Grahar. Let me go! And they ask, why you want so many crystals? I'll just be like, you have no idea how much crafting log I still have to finish. I need so many fucking crystals. Got business with me, Catboy? You're the crystal wholesaler. Jeez. I forgot Grahar is really bad at lying. He's one of his most consistent traits is how bad he is at lying. I forgot. No. Hello, my good man. I'd like to buy one weed, please. That I am, but you're no merchants. What do you want the crystals for? I'm obsessed with them. Look at my stuff. Not a cop, are you? You legally have to tell me if you're a cop. Don't look over to me. Don't look at us, you idiot. You'll give yourself away. I like how I had to crouch to be a bit more hidden. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need crystals to make staves like that fine specimen you got there. See? Graha, come on. Yeah, my crystal staff. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I'll not quibble over the price. Alright, it's when there are no ordinary crystal adorning your staff. So I'll make an exception. Come with me. They're gonna try and stab him, and then he's gonna go, break! And then they're just gonna, like... Oh, God. Oh, my God. My boyfriend is embarrassing me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Questionable. Questionable. The seems to be working is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, I feel. Ah! The cave! Nothing untoward will happen in the cave. This will go great. This is gonna go so well. Nothing bad can go wrong. Yawning. As I told you, tired spell has hit me. Given how long you spent playing the Crystal Exarch, you'd think Graha would be a better actor. Honestly, I've had a minute for that staff. We must remember to thank Tataru. Graha's bad at lying. This is what we've established. He was able to play the Exarch well because he didn't have to lie. He just had to tell people, don't worry about it. And they said, okay, yay. They went into that tunnel. Quietly now. Oh my God. That's a lot of crystals. Alright. Extra saliva under my lips. If that makes any sense. You won't find any finer. Especially not for the price. Indeed. I'd expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them if that's your worry. They're from a Gormaro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So how much do you want? It better be like 99.6% pure. You can fake the color. Better be the good shit. Breaking Bad reference. A show I've, like, not seen. But I constantly get recommendations on YouTube in the last couple of weeks that I should watch clips from Breaking Bad. And I'm honestly, like, tempted to just be like, I wonder if, based solely on my YouTube recommendations, not even watching the clips, but just, like, piecing together the titles of every Breaking Bad clip that I keep being recommended on YouTube, can I piece together the plot for the show? Because, like, currently my working theory is, it's hard to tell if Gus is a good or a bad guy. And apparently a character called Mike is really cool. Because every title is him doing something, like, succeeding at something cool. This is my working theory. This is my working theory on Breaking Bad so far. Gomer. Taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. I take it you're sick of them. I take it that's who you are. Also, like, do you realize who I am? Like, do you think you stand a chance? I'm Sickard, acting captain of the bloody executioners. Now to introduce yourselves, we know who you are. Scions. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't need to buy crystals. Question is, what are you here for? I'd still take some crystals. I have a lot of crafting. You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the bloody executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose your source of newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you though, we ain't breaking any rules here. Deliver business from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but don't say nothing about basemen. See, that's the thing! The rules shouldn't even be differentiating between beastmen and not. That's like the thing. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will ya? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Her especially. I mean, she went around calling herself badass pirate bitch for a while. I definitely helped with our rep. While the Maelstrom were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed the Gummer on Bad Bleating Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. Yeah, Alisale was like there for that last time that happened. Because of Gabu. And now we're following in your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. I mean, that's our goal too, just like, not being a dick about it. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Garlean's gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on set the beastmen. So let us have at it, eh? It's only fair. Contentious though you may find your views, it is true you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astalicia. I trust you won't turn down the invitation. Well, he's up to something. He's up to something. I don't know about you, but all I could do is stop myself from punching Scion in the smirking face whenever he opened his mouth. Understandable. Though I have some passing knowledge of prior events, I'm yet ill-qualified to meddle in Limsa affairs. It's not my place to argue with Sicard, much as I would have liked to. It is for the Admiral to deal with him and the bloody executioners both. By bringing them to the negotiating table, we have played our part. On rough seas, Alvino was keen to report back to the Admiral. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A time reminder that pirate powers in Limsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grati's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let us hurry back to Limsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. What am I... There we go. I need a drink. I don't think I have any water left because I drank a lot of it this morning. So I think I'm going to grab a bottle of soft drink and just chug that for the rest of the stream. Because I'm a healthy person. Fuck yeah. Listen to the guitar while I'm gone. Oh, my legs. Oh, my legs don't want to move. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. There we go. Get collared. Get collared. Get collared. Don't get collared. Not get collared, you horny bastards. Get collared. Ooh. 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 Move myself back in to place. Oh, there's like a full-on band going over there. There's a full-on band going. Someone stole my gold suit. Oh, I thought it said there was. I thought I was looking at the map and it said the arrow was like to go up, but no, it's going inside to go into the command room. All right, now having a shot to call a bikini. Now what? I didn't think this far ahead. Get collared by them. Now it's a sex thing. Now it is a sex thing. I've effectively turned it into a sex thing. There you go. I gotta say, the idea that, like, the patch immediately after Manifest embraces her true self. The patch immediately after Manifest does that and now starts wearing the pirate, like, inspired glam. It's not the full-on pirate glam. It's not the full-on pirate glam from ARR. But it's the pirate-inspired glam, definitely. The moment that she goes back to wearing this in the previous patch, we now have a quest, like, a patch series, like, the quest of the MSQ in the next immediate patch is about dealing with pirates in Limsa. It's pretty amazing how that worked out. Oh, Manifest is dressed as a pirate again. Quick, let's go deal with Limsa a lot. And the pirates specifically there. Captain Newsom Blightwin, your companions have already reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? Let's join them. Oh, that's why it said, like, go there, because you don't always get the opportunity to actually walk around in here. You very rarely get the opportunity to actually, like, you can't enter here freely, normally. It's only during certain story moments you actually get the chance to actually go in here. Well, it's like the, it's like where you usually meet Kane Center. You can't always go there. Or the big room in the... To be fair, I was about to say the big room for the Syndicate in Ulbar. Have we ever walked around that room ourselves? We've had cutscenes in there. I don't know if we've actually been able to, like, freely walk around it, though. If we have, I don't remember. But there may have been, like, one time in ARR or I haven't told or something that we did. While we have no assurances Sigurd will be amenable to reason, there can be no compromise without discussion. The Astralesia is the very last place for such a meeting. Grandma will be marching around to the Curl's den. Hope we don't end up regretting this. She'll be fine. There you are. We've eagerly waited your return. So Miss Beard, Miss Beard. Sigurd does not want for confidence, that much is plain, but I have faith in the Admiral. She has dealt with far worse. Welcome back, my friends. What news? Sigurd has agreed to a meeting because we spoke a little bit of shit about him. So they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sigurd's invitation and would have you join me as my guests. Future Limsa won the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the Scions present to bear witness. And also, if they start being dicks, you have an exploding sword strapped to your back. It'll probably come in handy. Here they are! The bloody executioners again, in all of their rah-rah-rah glory.
Look who's come crawling!
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Never mind, the bloody executioners don't seem to have chilled.
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sigurd, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
You can tell that he has mischievous motives because he's given a Dutch angle for his first voice line.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
You just always want a bad guy you can steal from. That's like their entire thing. We just need bad guys to steal from. Come on. Come on. Stealing is so fun, though.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
No, it's always that she got from heaven, so it's a lot better now. Her first line
Piracy has no place in our future.
Yeah, this voice actor, the first few lines that she had were rough. They're a lot better now. Feels like she's got a much better direction of being told to speak with the confidence that Merwib should absolutely have. That felt a bit missing in some of her earlier lines.
What'd she say?
No piracy!
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did.
Yeah, they were just the kobolds you can chill here and live here, but no, the land is ours. You're not taking anything from it.
But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering.
Don't you know that capitalism grants you way bigger profits than petty theft?
The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse, Ere long, provinces like Wurlid and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom.
Okay, one of those words I don't recognize, but I recognize the other. One of those names I don't recognize as... I don't know if I've heard Whirlit before. Gimlet? I also just like, we're going... This is really interesting. We are going into Endwalker very explicitly establishing that the Empire is fucked and is almost gone. Like, it's been building up over the course of every patch ever since Varus's death. It has been slowly escalating where you see, oh, war is starting to break out. Oh, they're starting to, like, getting taken over by kill the shitload by Xenos and everything like that. We're very much getting to a point where it's just like, we're gonna start Endwalker and the Empire is not gonna fucking exist by the start of Endwalker. Which really makes me go, what the fuck is the plan? I mean, I'm okay with this. I am super fine, like, with Endwalker not being a march onto Garlemald, defeat them in a great and glorious war. Hey! I'm super okay with not having, like, Endwalker be that, because one, march on the Gallian Empire and defeat them in a great and glorious war already happened. It's called Stormblood. So, like, our resounding success over beating back the Empire, we've already had an expansion based on that. And two, I think it's really fitting for the Gallian Empire to die off screen, almost. Because it's a fascist empire. That's what happens. A fascist empire collapsing in on itself and destroying itself is, one, in terms of, like, themes and writing, very appropriate. It shows that, like, hey, fascist ideology literally doesn't work. It is non-functional to create a prosperous nation. Which, to be fair, a lot of actual fascists, that's the point. They don't want a prosperous nation. They want the collapse, which is a big part of the reason why it results in that. But it's also just like, I'm okay with, like, Garlemald's not going down in a blaze of glory against its enemies. Because Garlemald's going down in a blaze of glory against its enemies kind of, like, would almost give a credence to the idea of, like, dying a hero and everything like that. And dying for your nation is, like morally, like, that's what you should be doing. Our enemies, like, we need to overcome our enemies, and that's why we need to be fascist, and you need to die for your country to fight off the enemies and stuff like that. So if we fought, like, if Garlemald had, like, went down with one last big stand against the entire alliance swarming on them, it feed into that as well. So the fact that all of the patches are just being like, yeah, Garlemald's over there killing itself right now, because that's what fascist regimes do, I think is super fitting and very good, but it really makes me wonder, what the fuck do we do with Garlemald and Endwalker? Because we're going to go there. I do not see, unless we just never go to Garlemald in Endwalker, which would be bizarre to me, I don't see how you write an Endwalker for, like, a final chapter of the Star for every story that's going up to here, where you don't go to Garlemald. But, like, what Garlemald when we get there? What are they gonna do with it? I'm so curious. I'm so curious and intrigued by that.
When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty.
Hey, we're about to enter an era of peace and prosperity, and it's actually something that we'll be good at. Don't be a dumbass.
But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then?
Oh, that's a good line. That's a good... I love that line. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance? That's a great line.
Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, The whole of Vylbrand must become our ship. And a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Hell yeah, Melwood.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so.
Sickard!
Still, we're all Liminsans here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Sickard. Get over your duels. Also, like, do you seriously think you can beat Moab in a duel?
A duel?
Yeah. Oh, so you want to die? Like, if there is something that has been consistently shown about Moab, is that she is possibly the greatest marksman in the realm. Like, I honestly think she rivals, if not surpasses, the people who, like, came from Limsa to train the machinist in the machinist job questline. Every time she has pulled out a gun, it has been incredible. It's not been often, it's not often, but it is very consistent with that. And when you read, like, short stories about Moab beforehand, it's very accurate as well, that's, like, she is an expert marksman.
Very well. As Admiral of Limsa, I accept your challenge.
Like, this, like, Sickard got to where he is because of a bribe. It doesn't mean that he has the skills. Everyone cheering on. Yeah, kill the Admiral! Should start with this. This was a lot easier. Melwood, probably. Oh! Badass! Fuck yeah, Melwib! Fuck yeah!
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Bedridden clothes. Is this Hilfear?
It's the captain!
Captain Hilfear!
Yep.
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
You really think you could beat, like, Moab, like, saw your bullet and dodged it in a second? Who the fuck said you speak for me? It's him, the badass pirate bitch!
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay?
She's not just Admiral, like, to be a thing. Like, no, she's literally an admiral. You literally answer her to her. She's literally your boss.
Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
So this guy's serious. He's got bad lungs.
So we
He's
know,
screaming
Captain.
like this.
If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom!
That's like literally the thing the Sky Pirates are talking about. It does come together! Yeah! That's like literally the whole thing about the Sky Pirates. Like Leofard's whole thing about like why are they Sky Pirates, and it's because the skies promise freedom. Yeah! And it's like the password. Freedom. And I mean, it's like, and like this lines up with Minefist's like idealization of pirates before she came here. Minefist's idea of pirates before arriving in Limsa were people who traveled the world, meeting new people and everything like that. Explorers, adventurers, and stuff like that. That's what Minefist thought pirates were before coming to Limsa. So the idea that Hilfir is just being like us being pirates means that our love is the sea because it grants us freedom. And it's just like, yeah! That's why I like pirates! Fuck yeah! Minefist geeking out, just being like, yeah! That's the pirate shit that I like! Not the killing and stealing and shit, but the exploration, the freedom, yay! The fact that this is happening, like, the immediate patch after Minefist now dresses like this is so perfect. Somehow, Shadowbringers continues to be made specifically for my character. It somehow continues to be made specifically for my character. What the fuck do you mean that, like, this whole, like, new idea of a pirate, like, embracing freedom, and the whole storyline focused on Limsa happens the moment that Minefist starts dressing like this again? What the fuck?
So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
I'm trying to remember. Remember how we had the seasonal event? It was the Rising. Remember how we had the Rising? And Roswin and Carveline showed up, being like, why do we care about setting a bunch of fireworks out in the ocean and stuff like that? And it was the bloody executioner guy who made them come to their senses. Was that guy Hilfir, or was that someone else? I can't remember. I can't remember who it was. Or whether it was just an unnamed bloody executioner. It might have been that. I think it was someone else, yeah.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Oh, right. Right. My lungs are fucked and I did a lot of screaming just then. Oh, shit.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage.
Fun fact, Sickard was an option there, but you didn't have the MSQ progress for it. That would make a lot of sense, yeah.
Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Everything about that was fucking amazing. Everything about that was fucking amazing. I really didn't think, like, the first thing that would happen post Shadowbringers was, like, deep ARR payoff. That is not what I was expecting the immediate, like, very next patch after Shadowbringers would be. But I'm fucking loving that's what it is. I remember that, I was talking about it before, about the whole nostalgia of just, like, the first, like, Shadowbringers is so its own thing, because it's all on the first. Like, the problems and, like, all the dealings that you have with the rest of the world are so much, like, not part of Shadowbringers, and Shadowbringers is so much its own thing and everything like that. That coming back and just, like, dealing with, like, Sid in the Rising Stones of the Scions is almost nostalgic. We're continuing that train by going back to Limsa and dealing with all of this. Again, it's like, we had such a long break from, like, the norms of what the game were for Shadowbringers, that they're just, like, bringing us back into it. I love it. I think Gilfear tells Minerfish she would have been a good pirate. The new breed of pirate that cares about freedom above all. Absolutely, yeah. There are times when one must stand one's ground, even when the cost of failure is beyond reckoning. The Admiral did just that, and I have nothing but respect for her. As she continues to steer her nation through this period of transition, I pray the Navigator will see fit to fill her sails. When the discussion gave way to a duel, I feared what might unfold. Yet only a fool would underestimate the Admiral, as Sickard soon discovered. As we've established, if Moab has a gun in her hand, she is ridiculously good. She is the leader of Limsa for a fucking reason. Well, I don't condone what Sickard has been doing. I know how difficult it can be to change course. It took me long enough to join the Scions, didn't it? Oh yeah, starting in Limsa and getting this payoff is like, holy shit. Starting from here and having this payoff is like, oh my god, it's so good. And also, like, what Moab was saying there, you starting in Limsa, I feel like makes this particular section work a lot better. It's literally Moab's idea for the Alliance to try and, like, create a lot more peace in the world by creating peace with the other tribes in all of their lands. It's Moab's idea to do that. So the idea that, like, achieving the impossible, her direct inspiration for that is the Warrior of Light, kinda ties into, like, her doing that same thing at the beginning of ARR. She makes a specific mention about it before you do the Limited Envoy stuff. Because if you start here, it is also Moab's idea to restart the Eorzean Alliance in the first place. Because after the Umbral Calamity, everyone had to focus on their own things. The Alliance fell apart. If you start in Limsa, it's Moab's idea to be like, I want to rejoin the Alliance with Gridania and Uldar. I want to bring that back. And part of her explicit mentioning is, like, looking at you and being reminded of the Warriors of the Light from before the Calamity. And being reminded that just, like, we can achieve great things. And then so, like, to further build on that, everything you've done since ARR, she's even more inspired to be like, you know what? Fuck it. It doesn't matter if it has seemed always impossible for some things, we're fucking going for it. we're gonna fucking go for it. The impossible don't mean fucking shit when the Warrior of Light is out here doing what they're doing. We can fucking do this. It's like a very, like the logical step of how inspiring you are on ARR to what Moab does with that, to how inspiring you are at this point and what Moab does with that, really does make starting Limsa here a massive payoff. This is the patch for the Limsa heads, which is me, so it works out very well. I feel sorry for all of the Uldar heads, because all of your payoff is Bloody Banquet and Lolorito being half redeemed in post-Stormblood. And I feel sorry if you're a Gridania head, because you just never come up. You're just never relevant, ever. That being said, 5.5 is still here. Maybe 5.5 will be for the Uldar and Gridanians. maybe 5.5's for them. Well, I missed Beard. Before him, Hilfier chose to trust the future of our nation to the Admiral. That was the moment I believe that the good ship Limsa finally embarked upon her new course. Aside in Gridania, Bavel's adventure started in step. That is true. Well, I mean, Minerva's adventure started... Well, I guess her adventure did start here because she spent literally her entire life just back in Aslan. So it's like, yeah. I guess her adventure didn't start until here. Though I anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfier would intervene. But I'm full glad that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the world has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Whose parents migrated from the steppe, but she was born in Limsa. Okay, there we go. Again, Minerva comes from Aslan, the homeland of Rogadins. And the first time she ever leaves Aslan is the beginning of this game. I'll take the crit, I guess. I think I found female Lala Majima. I think I know exactly who you're talking about, because I'm pretty sure I've seen people in my FC Discord post female Lala Majima. I think I know exactly who you're referring to. The great ship Vylbrand. For the first time in a long time, Moab's course is clear. By the way, goated fucking quest name, holy shit. Great ship Vylbrand, my god. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of their gods. Why she doesn't have a Zara clan name, they adopted a Limsa name? Aye. Whereas Minerva coming from Aslan has a very, very, very traditional Rogadin name outside of the gendered aspects for her first name, but she still has it for the last name, because Minerva doesn't know what gender is. And so in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I'd have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagins swarmed at our hulls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. I had not realized this covenant was only 50 years ago. I thought the whole thing between the kobolds and Limsa, in terms of like, one has the land, one has the sea. I thought that was way longer ago than 50. I didn't realize it was this recent. Holy shit. I thought it was way longer ago. To men shall the bounty go the bounty of the sea, the kobold shall go the bounty of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangements, conspicuously lacking in detail. Didn't I literally, during our fucking during the Yellow Quest stream, I literally did the Limsa quest, where this arrangement is discussed with, like, Barteron in the Drowning Wench. What the fuck? What the fuck? Aye. Inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous. Remember, wasn't it for all the Yellow Quest streams? It was the one in Red Rooster. It's Scion and Red Rooster and was talking about that that arrangement. If only or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lenosha, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed. Then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed. And on it went till every ilm of Vylbrand bore the stain of our conflict. Alright, time to end Dragonsong War 2. This is not history, you understand. It is the present flesh and raw. And with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their tempered. Yeah, the fact that it's so recent does make this a lot harder to convince them. No, don't worry, we won't do it again, though. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chance at peace. And there my venture found us. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's Chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. Like, home gang? Home gang? Is that what you mean? The artifact's misbid used to take goods and not life. Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what do you think of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It'll therefore take a great deal of Aether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. If we put them in chains instead of killing them, I'm sure it'll work out. Probably. All we have to do is go down there, put them all in chains, do magic on them, and then turn around while they're still in chains and just recovering from having, like, several years of memory wiped from their brain, organize a peace treaty. That's definitely ethical. Time during which LSA would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I'm not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do. And had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering. Much less a chance to bring peace to Vylbrand. So I'm gonna cure that priest or die trying. Yeah, I think we're getting shit done! We're confident. We're in an era of hope! I believe in you, LSA. And I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. It is settled then. See to your preparations and make the camp overlook. We will join you there anon. I don't exactly have any better options, so fuck it, let's go for it. This is an insane patch. Like, I think it's really hard to overstate how going from ARR to several expansions later, this is happening. Like, we go in ARR and, like, that's the thing that I have talked about for a long time. ARR establishes, like, a lot of issues with the world, but also the city-states. You don't really get time to fix them, because as you're trying to fix them, the Eldar shit starts exploding. And then you fix Ishgard, and then you, like, liberate other nations, and you haven't really gone back to the starter states to really fix them. which literally gets called out in the Stormblood patches. Varus is literally there roasting the starter cities about their various problems that they haven't got around to addressing yet. It really felt like for a while, the starter cities were just going to be permanently fucked because we can't dedicate another expansion to it. We cannot dedicate another expansion to the starter cities. So we can't have a Heavenswood where Ishgard gets fixed. We can't have a Stormblood where you liberate Doma and Alamigo. We can't have that equivalent for those. And the fact that they've stayed fucked for such a long time is literally a plot point. And it comes later. So the idea that this far into the game, like, we are so far from ARR. We are so far from ARR, and we are now going, holy shit, we're actually addressing the problems of Limsa. We are, like, we have found a cure for tempering. We have, like, made sure that the pirate powers in Limsa are going to not be dicks in the future, and we're going to try and actually re-establish peace with the tribes of, like, everywhere here, and I'm just like, holy shit. This is payoff from so long ago, and it fucking rules. That's what I love about 14. It's a living world that changes with or without your presence, but it's better for your presence. Again, it's why I love, like, it's one of those things where, I've mentioned it before in this series. A lot of games, a lot of fantasy things especially. Sci-fi also does it to some extent, but fantasy stories, not just in video games, but in other things, love their lore. They love their lore and they love their history. And this is what I have said about some games in terms of how they do their lores and their histories. Yeah, learning history and learning stuff like that can be fun. But does it matter to the current plot? Does it matter to the current themes? Does it matter to the current ideas? Is there a lot of lore and backstory for the sake of, quote-unquote, fleshing out a world by just giving it a lot of words to describe it? Or is that history actively providing something that informs the current narrative? And 14 is really, really good at doing that. Even when you go back to really far back history, so much of the Alagon Empire has, like, threads that tie into characters, like characters and themes and ideas, and messages and stuff that the current world is dealing with. As you go back far enough to the Unsundered worlds, the thing with the Unsundered worlds and our current world, like, there's a direct difference in terms of, like, what the Unsundered worlds and, like, the people who summoned Zodiac and want to continue sacrificing to Zodiac directly mean something to, and, like, contrast to what our characters are doing and everything like that. It never feels, it doesn't really feel like, obviously there's going to be more elements of the story that don't tie in as much in terms of, like, the lore and the backstory and everything like that. But I really do feel like most lore, most history that this world has informs the current narrative in terms of plot moments and events, and also, plot moments and events, and also themes and ideas and messages that the story is trying to do. So I care about learning about it all because it directly influences what we're doing here. Like, the lore isn't just, oh, we came up with a bunch of stuff to make the world feel more alive. It feels even more alive because that history is felt through the game so consistently. Nier's backstory is it was an alternate ending from another game, lol. But also, yeah, like, a lot of Nier's extra lore and extra details that you learn from external media for Nier, I'm just like, cool. How does this affect Nier, the story? What about all of this extra plot and, like, history that I'm learning about the world of Nier outside of the video game Nier and Nier Automata? What does this do for the story? What does this do for the themes? What does this do for the characters? What does this do for any of that? Oh, it doesn't? Oh, then it sucks then. Beyond no misapprehension, the extent of the High Priest tempering is like to far exceed that of Garbu. But then his was a relatively mild case. Milder indeed than the majority of those we wish to save. The coming mission will be a truer test of our treatment. I have no doubt that Alice will succeed with the cure, if we can but afford her the time. This feels like a solo duty. I'm pretty sure we're about to do a solo duty. Or we have to run the naval hard a third time. Spreading the law tooth is definite problems on my piece app, right? Kingdom Hearts? I don't think Kingdom Hearts has that issue. I don't think Kingdom Hearts has that issue. I was like, the stuff before, like the Great Keyblade War, feels like it doesn't really matter to the current stuff, but it also just feels like its own separate thing that I do care about. There's a game on every platform. Well, that's a completely different issue. We have to do Naval Extreme. Kingdom Hearts having lore on different platforms is a completely separate issue. Alfredo wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you to give me all the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way. So leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed. And should you want for Aether, you need only say the word. Garbu! Did you follow us here? There's something important I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say. Please let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zardar of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the naval. If you are ready, let us proceed to Agamaru Mines at once. Oh, you brought crystals. Let me reopen the peace talks. Can you come where we summon Titan? It's special to us. We'll be fine. You know how fine we'll be? It's gonna be so fine, we're fine. Oh my god, they're actually gonna make me go all the way to where you actually teleport with the Aetherite to Titan. Video game, it's cruel to make me navigate Agamaru Mines and Shadowbringers. It is cruel to make me have to navigate this place again. Come on. Come on! Come on! I hate coming here when my weekly target's in here. Come on. To be fair, getting to the Aetherite is not the worst thing in the world. It's just down here. Do it over Dweller. Oh. Oh. There we go. Conqueror's chain stance ready. But weaken your foes and we'll see them subdued. Oh, so beat them up and then chain them up. Perfect. Gonna be fine, Mola. Whenever solo duty glow around her, right? Oh, shit. Patriarch Zardar. The name sounds familiar. It's because he was the one who presided over the deaths of Garbu's parents. Oh. Oh. I tried to reach out to him that day, only for my pleas to fall upon deaf ears. But this day will be different. We will reach out together, all of us. And we will take peace in our grasp. Once they're bound in pain, they'll be much more open to peace talks. Alice can be forgiven a certain amount of recklessness, but if she goes so far as to compliment sacrificing herself, I'll remind her how she responded when I thought to do the same. Not that we will let it come to that, of course. Ready when you are, my friend. There's nothing more to say. I'm gonna do this. For Garbu, for Tesling, for anyone who's ever dreamed of a better future. The safe threat will bear us to our quarry. Should he make the summon Titan as I anticipate, we will hold to the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose and we'll have an army of kobolds insane till Alisai's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Einzar do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond this squall. It's amazing that they can follow up 5.3 and how insane and good it was. And I'm just like, 5.4, how is that going to follow it up? And it's like, it's obviously not as hype or anything like that, but I am so fucking invested in this patch. And I'm just like, wow, you've still got the sauce. You still got the sauce. It's like, what do you mean I have to stop playing as Kiryu? What I now have to play as this Majima guy? Oh, never mind, I super care. I'm super excited to play about Majima. We're fine. Are the dead parents still there?
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish.
Surely we're powerful enough that even if they do something tight and I just go whoop and then none of them gets ampered, so we're fine.
The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
It was a trap! Oh no!
Aye, just as we thought.
Oh shit! Home gang!
Now, Alizé! Quickly!
Alright.
You don't need to tell me!
Pig!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Quick! Pig! Go! Here we go! Alright, here we go. All the squads here. Zardar's tempering. Beginning the incantation. The girl seeks on the page up with foul magics. Kill her! Slaughter, slay, kill!
We must protect Alizé.
Not if I have anything to say about it. Well, I'm not done. Tank stance, go! Draw the golems to me. I will deal with them all at once. Yo! Yo, Merlwib! Angelo, I choose you. Yo! Okay, we gotta be careful. We don't want to kill some of them. Kill some of the golems. Golems! Go more golem! Oh, we're just draining the health. Never mind. That is not dying. There it is! Okay, there it is. I was about to say, is it an actual mechanic that we can fail if we kill them? Yes, it's ready. Go, Angelo! What is this sorcery? It took everything in her. It took everything in her and we got a quarter of the way done. One person's Aether alone is not enough.
Just what we need.
I'll take them both! I'll be fine!
You're not alone.
Oh, we're so fine. Yes! Last for run! Look at him go, hell yeah. Oh shit, cover! Yo! Yo! Because Alice stuck in the middle, Graha had to do cover. Yo, that's nice. Graha's ability to switch between a lot of things is actually like directly coming in handy. In the encounter, yo. Go Merlwib! Alfred, let us lend Alice our Aether. They can come from anywhere. Yo, she's got both of her guns out now. Hell yeah. She only had one for the duel because it's a duel. Thanks, you two. I'll give it another try. But yeah, Moab's got both of her guns right now. Hell yeah. The black one and the red one. Bombs! Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I didn't even do the combo properly. Whoops, my bad. Moab's job is gone. Nearing my limit. Oh god, oh god. More of them, spread off and hold on.
More! I need more ether!
Have I got it? Okay, I can't move with this. It hurt, but I did it. It hurt, but I got in there. Oh, both of the other, okay, no, Moab's down. He's fine.
Just a little more!
7 hells, that's too many! I'm not even damaging them. Miss Beard! Yo! Yo! Holy shit! Several hongings at once to make sure he survives. Please let this work. Multiple stacks of ethereal depletion. Well, okay, that got another big chunk. That got a big chunk. 2 people's worth did another 25%. Almost there. Manifest, please lend me your aether! Oh, about fucking time. About time I help. There we go. Aether is waning, decreasing physical ability. Oh, wow. Damage down, maximum health, infirmity. Wow. You're dead now, girl. Finished. Done for. No, you don't. Yo. Moab just taking a spot. Yo. Admiral, it's too dangerous. I made my decision before I came here. No matter what it costs me, Limsa will have peace. Whoa. Slay the last one! Exterminate! Destroy! Slay! And now I can go full in! We're taking the tank buster for peace. Oh, I thought you were aiming the bulldoze at the other characters. Oh, it is going... No, never mind. It is going through a lot of them. The bulldoze is going through a few of them. Get in there! Get in there! Cobalt drill block. Keep it going. I will be fine. Boom! Step in, there we go. Combo! There we go. Come on, if it's a little more aether, just a little more, I can finish this. Because we only got to 9 stacks. We only got to 9 stacks. Thank you. It'll work this time, I promise. Yeah! Hell yeah! Fucking amazing solo duty. So much of using mechanics to like highlight story bits. So good. So fucking good.
Go, Angelo!
Angelo! It's gonna be very hard to do this long term just because of how much it takes to do one person. But it is something. It's not easy, but it helps. Like, we only queued 1 kobold just then.
Did it work?
Maybe.
What?
Oh, the dead parent reminder.
What is the meaning of this?
The dead parent reminds her that he did that.
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No. No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
The thing we were talking about before about the horrors of, like, knowing what you did while you were tempered? Yeah. Our leader seems less confident.
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu!
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen.
Here, feel, think, Patriarch.
The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples.
Convincing him of that part, I think, is going to be pretty easy at this point. Peace between the people is a different story.
For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us.
That's a different matter entirely.
Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us.
Yeah. Like it just does, yeah.
On behalf of all Laminsans, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it.
I think it takes more than an apology.
Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds.
This specifically comes up if you do the armor and blacksmith quests. The reason that they're able to know that is because they got those, like, they learned how to do that from the kobolds in this short period that they actually worked together. And that is, like, such a huge part of Laminsan commerce with the rest of the world. Like, Limsa took their the manufacturing knowledge that the kobolds did, and then tried to take their freaking land as well, and then profited off of, like, the land and the knowledge that they had to the rest of the world. Like Limsa's history of fucking over kobolds is deep and multifaceted.
And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it.
Like actual explicit reparations. Explicit reparations here.
There will be no more man and beastman. Just the crew of the great ship that is Vylbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Yeah, this is going so far removed from, like, Lolorito's thing of, with Alamigo in terms of, like, oh yeah, we'll just take a part of your profits forever. It's so far removed from that. Like, everything that Moab's saying is just, like, the shit she needs to say.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it.
Holy shit.
A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew.
Holy shit.
What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vylbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gaboo does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet in thrall to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Fuck me. I gotta, like, fucking rounds of applause to this game, honestly. Like, fucking hell. For wanting to turn around and in the space of a single patch, as opposed to dedicating like an entire expansion and then multiple patches to get like into all of the nuance and the tiny little details of it. They don't want to dedicate that much time to it, and I get that. It's like you can't have like the Heavensward thing of just like the problems with Heaven, like with Ishgard, as explored very deeply as you go through it, and then you get several patches of like the small little moments that end up building towards what the final thing is. That takes a lot of time and a lot of things like that. To turn around and go in a single patch, basically quote unquote fix Limsa, I honestly don't think they could have done it better. Like, given the amount of time that they're dedicating towards this, because we do have an Endwalker to actually, like, you know, happen. Because an Endwalker has to happen. We don't want to, like, do, oh, but before Endwalker, here's a expansion based on 3 starter cities again. Like, anything like that. Shouldn't let them all thorough dialogues happen off screen later. Well, I imagine the idea is just, like, as Limsa sends out more pigs, takes the seriousness out of it a little bit. As Limsa sends more pigs to cure more of the kobolds of the Tempered, I imagine the kobolds become more and more trusting of Limsa, and that they're serious about what they're trying to say, as they help more and more of them get cured of tempering. I imagine it's that. And of like, as of this little exact moment, like, they, like, Limsa's completely hands off of, like, Kobold territory. I mean, I'd hop in for shenanigans when I do issue a good stream before I get back into other stuff. For this game fucking rules. This game fucking rules. Again, for the time allotted here, for the time that they give here to fix one of the starter cities, it's not even a full patch. Half of the patch is developing the tempering cure, which is needed for the rest of it. Like, part of this patch was working out how to make a pig make more pigs. So it's not even a full patch. But yeah, like, in the space that they have here to fix Limsa, I honestly don't know if they could have done a better job. Because they addressed the, like, the cause of the conflict way long ago and everything like that. They addressed Limsa's history. They addressed Limsa's internal conflicts. They addressed Limsa's future in terms of what it's going to be in a more peaceful world and everything like that. They addressed the conflict with the kobolds. And Moab basically, list by list, goes, yes, it's our fault. Yes, that's not enough. Yes, we will help you and give you direct reparations for that. Yes, we will be more explicit about, like, what our agreement is. Yes, we will punish anyone who goes against that. Yes, you can take my life if that's what it takes to make you believe that I'm serious about this, and if you need something for us to pay in blood for the horrors that we've done to you. Like, it is Moab going through a bullet point checklist of just being like, we've fucked you over. Here's all of the things that I'm acknowledging, and here's, like, a bunch of things about, like, what we would need to do to even start possibly making up for it. Like, like, it's not to say this is a perfect way of doing it, but it's also explicitly not meant to be that. Like, the conversation even ends with him saying, I don't trust you yet. Like, that whole conversation, that whole conversation after everything Moab says still ends with, okay, I don't trust you yet, though. But I'm willing to possibly try to see if I can at some point in the future. Like, this is not, it's not a perfect solution, but that is also the point. It's going to take time It is not there yet. This is the first step, and this is everything that needed to happen for the first step. Illustrates that making amends is not fast and is not easy. Yeah. Yeah, like... Yeah, that, again, for the time that they've given it, because they can't spend too much time on it, because otherwise people will start complaining that why are we doing ARR2? They, I think they did the best they fucking could with this, and they did a really fucking good job. Holy shit. Holy shit. Legitimately impressive. Again, it's a level of, like, Elidibus in 5.2. It's a similar thing for that in terms of, how do you have this much history with this idea in this game, and in the space of a single patch, completely flip it in a way that makes sense and doesn't feel like an arse pull, but, like, completely flips the status quo on its head. They did a similar thing with Elidibus of, we've literally been jobbing on Elidibus the entire game. How is he a threat to, like, you see, like, you think that when you have to deal, like, you see Elidibus as Arbit in 5.1, it's just like, yeah, it's Elidibus, but, like, Urianger's outsmarted him a couple times. We helped Anukulhai get out of that. We literally beat up Elidibus when he's in Xenos' body of all things and stuff like that. How is Elidibus a threat? And then in the space of 5.2 alone, it's just like, oh, he's actually the most serious threat that we've had in the entire game. Oh, we are not fucking ready for this. It's a very similar thing here that they've done in terms of just like, you have so much history with Limsa that has gone unaddressed for so long. How do you address that? And it's just like, oh, they did it. Very, very impressive writing. The animal seems hell's bent on worrying me to death, but I suppose the ends justify the means. Well fought, my friends. Well fought. In two separate worlds, the seeds were sown, and through the determination of two indomitable women, have they quickened into this historic moment. I feel honored to have been present to see it. It has taken a long time, but the dream of a lasting peace with the kobolds may soon become a reality. And it's all thanks to Alisei. Give Melwood some credit. Yeah, it's Alisei and the cure for tempering, but give Melwood some credit. The treatment may have restored the patriarch to his senses, but it was the Admiral and Garbu's words that touched his heart. Okay, yeah. Alphina's just there being like, my sister did all the work, it's so good and everything like that. And Alisei's just like, no, what's his name? Graha Tia, I love me a powerful woman. Jeez, Graha, I can't fucking tell. The moment belongs to all of us, Manifest. We couldn't have done it without each other. I'm so glad we could sway the Patriarch. Convince, persuade, sway. Thank you for making it possible. Thank you. I also, like... Because I don't... Like, will we get this level of this same thing for Gridania and Uldar? For their tribes? Because if we don't, then it's, like... Gonna be weird that only Limsa's fixed. But also, out of all of them... Like, Uldar has deep-seated problems. And so does Gridania. But in terms of specifically the city's problems in regards to the other tribes, Limsa's the one that needed the most addressing. Because Uldar's problems, like, also has problems with its tribes. But, like, the main thing that Uldar has been focusing on so much is its hyper-capitalism that is just, like, destroying a lot of its people and stuff like that. And the issue with Gridania is... I don't even know if the game wants to admit it at this point that it's a problem, but it's the Elementals just being really fucking racist. But in, like, so any of the cities, the biggest one that had an issue with its tribes was Limsa. Because Limsa was the explicit colonialist one. So, out of, like, if we don't get this same moment with, like, Kane Senna and Nanamo, like, treating with the Ixal and, Yamaja and everything like that, I'm okay with that. Because the one that we needed to see on camera was Limsa. It was Melwood. Because we even have a moment in, like, one of the patches, I think it's 2.2 because it's after Leviathan, of Y'shtola calling out Moab about this exact shit. And it's just like, yeah, the primal problems are like a problem, but like, have you considered like Limsa's like fault in it because of all of the, you know, colonialism you did and stuff like that? This is the one that we needed to see. Obviously, I'm biased, but like, the issues with Gridania and Uldar are less to do with their tribe, so if we want to fix those places, we need to focus elsewhere. And we could just be like, this, a similar thing to this happens with the others, with like the Exile and the Armada and everything like that. Sup, Yunsa? This game fucking rules. 'Twould seem we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next we'll help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course, and it'll take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that it was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will say thank you for helping us plot a new course not only for Limsa Lominsa, but all Eorzea. I was about to say, who has a quest? I didn't see a quest marker on anyone. Save the moment, girl. The next task can wait. Judging by the complaints my back is making, I may have overreached myself. Ah, the ravages of old age. You did home-gang like 8 bombs at once. Even if you didn't die to it, it would fucking hurt. If I can befriend you all, then surely other kobolds can befriend men too. And I'll do everything I can to help them. Facilitate, assist, help. Garbu is wise beyond his years. It's all very well leaders signing peace treaties, but it falls to individuals to bridge the gap. I dare say we could all do with the rest. I'll say not least of all, given the amount of aid that she has been expending of late. Futures Rewritten. Interesting silhouette for the shadow there. Something dragon. What is going on? Alvino's face is a picture, equal parts jubilation and relief.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
That was a nice 5 minutes of things being good. When you say strange, what do you mean? Oh, right. We still have to build up Endwalker. We're at the edge of it. What are we looking at?
What in the world is that?
I don't know if I'm ready for what the reveal is. They are focusing very heavily on showing all the characters' reactions before we see it. And we're at the edge looking out past, like, the zone. What the fuck are we looking at? What the fuck am I looking at?
A tower.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
It just fucking appeared. "5G towers, oh no."
Yes?
It's a tower, just add water.
This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards.
This implies that it's in Gridania and the Shroud.
The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
Fucking what?
Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
I don't think Garlean technology is enough to just make several towers appear across the world and shoot beams into the sky instantly with like a pulsing circle coming out of it. What the fuck?
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
I'm just confused. We really got to a point where any of my theory crafting and prediction shit for the game completely fell the fuck apart. Post Shadowbringers onwards really has been a moment of just, yeah, I've got no idea. I was about to say, I can't look onto you. What is going on here? Once we got to post Shadowbringers, any of my predictions for the game have fallen apart. The game has pulled out all the stops and is just saying, fuck you. You're not gonna work out shit. Eat a dick and die. We're just gonna go absolutely fucking, you will never see this coming. Last surprise, Persona reference. Don't worry, Captain Issenblowen. I'll keep watch over the tower. Your place is in Alamigo. What does that mean? What is a tower? Like, what? If this has something to do with, like, Xenos and Funny Daniel, like, what is that? What is that? What is it? I still don't know what that means. I'm sure it's fine. It's very inconspicuous and normal. What is invisible from here? The locals report that a tower-like structure has appeared to the south. Oh, I can't see it because the map doesn't extend past Alamigo. Appears to be business as usual inside the city, but at least we had to tell us if there have been any developments without. Next suspension named Endwalker. Couldn't mean anything bad, it just means peace has come. Garby. Don't worry, he's with our Maelstrom friends. Meaning we're free to deal with the latest problem to fall uninvited into our laps. Hi, Lise. Oh, this is serious.
Thank you for coming so soon.
This has a forced weather. This means it's a serious cutscene.
I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Forced weather, forced dates, forced time of day. This is a serious cutscene.
Preserved!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
What the fuck was going on there? Really weird birds in Alamigo.
You're here, good.
We have to do the Royal Menagerie fight again. Drag it into the Royal Menagerie? Come on. It's worryingly Bahamut shaped.
To be received by such an illustrious cast. Why? Even the hero of the piece is here. I feel quite starstruck.
The thing behind you is worryingly Bahamut shaped because it's like tits out, facing the world, almost standing with arms like this. World's worst theater kid.
Is that a Sai?
His body more like. You don't fool us.
I'm a little bit Batama shape, nothing to be concerned about. I'm sure it's fine.
Oh! You saw straight through it. Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before.
God, Asahi's voice actor must be having so much fucking fun. Must be enjoying it so much.
Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
This does imply convocation. Actually, did you say convocation already? Because this implies convocation. I think. I think only convocations have that. Like, I think. No one's certain. What are the towers, dude? Get straight to it. What the fuck are the towers? Also, aren't all of you bitches dead?
Straight to business, is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
Yeah, straight up recreate the final days. Straight up recreate the final days, okay.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right. Though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion?
So, like... restoring memories to an Asian. restoring memories to a shard. To remind them of the seat they had. To convince them to become an Asian. Does not always work. Sometimes their response is just like, fuck you. It didn't always convince them to be like, you know what, I'm now super down for Asian purposes. Sometimes they're just like, nah, fuck that.
Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Why is that the final days?
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
Why?
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
Bro, I've worked retail too. Just get a different job. Like, I get it, but you can quit.
From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
So just... our new villain is straight up admitting, I am unhinged. There's no morals behind this. There's no reasoning behind this. I am just insane. I just want everyone to die. May not be on side paragons, but still inherited the memories of the full-fledged ancients for good or ill. And that is powerful knowledge. Well, I feel like, is it like the fruitlessness of like what the what the Unsundered went through? after the final days that is just like burned into your memories of, oh, life is actually pointless though. Funny, Daniel, very much so. Because he can't afford a Switch 2. Like, as I think, Xenos is this, but Xenos has one thing that he cares about, which is fighting us.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
Moon in the background. Raw wasn't ready, it's cheating.
But I nearly
Something
forgot.
fell over there.
I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos.
So this is Xenos' plan. If I try to end the world, it'll make you so pissed you want to fight me again, and you'll be the most pissed you've ever been. That's Xenos' plan. For funny, Daniel, I want you all to die!
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash.
Never guess what Telophoroi translates to in Greek. Something about ending the world. Tower,
Pray
dragon.
see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
I'll translate to Endwalker. Oh! Also, that's what Solar Bahamut is. That's why it's called Solar Bahamut, for Summoner. Oh. Because this is Lunar Bahamut.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
So, like, is this meant to be Solar... Like, is this meant to be Lunar Bahamut because Moon? Because Zodiac? Did you use Zodiac's power to, like, create a Bahamut? Yeah, we'll get to you in a second. Don't worry about it. You're not tomorrow. You're next week. Wait there, Resistance Officer. We'll get to you. Our scouts report that the Ascian and his dragon have left Girabano. Seems this was purely a social visit. With the ultimate weapons. What part of these towers feasibly play in the Telophoroi's plans, do you think? I, for one, am at a loss. For now, we should bear these developments to the others. I hope Thancred and Oriange is safe. Though our objectives were different, I could understand why Elidibus and his fellows acted as they did, but Van Daniel? It'll take some time to make sense of it all. If indeed there is any sense to be found. like, my immediate thought process of why does Funny Daniel want everyone to die is that it's, like, being resurrected, well, not resurrected, but, like, having your memories restored of a life where you died, and possibly that happening, like, multiple times. Because someone, like, when one of the Convocation members restored as an Ascian, who isn't one of the Unsundered, one of the Sundered ones, trying to think of words. When one of them dies, right? When one of the Ascians dies, someone else can replace them. They've said that. Because, you know, they're shards and also they're like, their soul can come back to life and everything like that. There's things like that, right? My immediate thought process is just like, there's a lot of booze. My immediate thought process is, at one point, has this particular, like, Convocation member, been, like, revived so many times and been told, like, yeah, your original, like, unsundered self died, kind of, when they got sundered, and then, like, your soul has, like, died, and then, like, come back, and then been brought back as Fandaniel, and then died again, and then, like, another shard on another, like, reflection has died, and then come back as, like, and then, like, came back as Fandaniel, and then died again, and everything like that. It's like, has it gotten to a point for this one where it's just, like, then literally what is the point of life? Why bother living? We're just gonna fucking die? Fucking kill it all? It's like, that's what happened to fucking Zond. That was, like, Zond's whole thing. Zond wanted that too. Like, Zond's plan, the recreated clone Zond, not the original Zond that existed. Like, that was the whole thing with the Crystal Tower. It's like, Zond's got to a, like, when Zond was, like, resurrected as a clone, he was just like, oh, I'm back to life? Oh, but I died. Dying sucks? Actually, everyone should die? Yo, Cloud of Darkness, come into our world and kill everyone, because what's the fucking point? Oh, like, Zond had a similar mentality. It's just like, dying and coming back to life makes you realize, oh, so we're gonna die no matter what? Oh, that's kind of sucky. Alright, what if just everyone died? I already spoke to them. I did not speak. I just spoke to Alice. Are you alright, Manifest? The rest of us are fine, if a little singed. That dragon let us off lightly. Honestly, though, only a madman would choose the name Luna Bahamut, which just about sums up Fandaniel, I suppose. Our scouts report that the Ascian and his dragon have left Girabon. Seems this was pure. I did read that one. Thank goodness everyone is safe. We managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit to investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Moab tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. I'll say, you're like going off about other people to rest. No one in this world can fucking rest. Very well. But if you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care. Both of you. Please sweet, babe. So you really did it! You've had a cure for tempering! Oh, it makes me want to do something heroic right now! Speaking of which, I better go ready and get set up for the tower. Venasian's on the prowl, not be long before we can call on you and yours again. Rest now while you still can. Let's go rest in that tent over there, or house, as long as it has a bed. Sex is heroic, right? Lise isn't technically part of the Polycule. Lise and Minifest are friends with benefits, though. Technically not part of the polycule, but friends with benefits. At some point, I don't know when, post Shadowbringers, when Minifist officially like has her own polycule because of Graha, and then at some point after that, Lise finds out, and then she's like, finally I can fuck Minifist, and I don't have to feel guilt about like sleeping with Y'shtola's girlfriends. Which is the only reason they didn't fucking Stormblood. Because Lise has her own girlfriend. It's Nago, obviously. And Nago would be chill with it because, you know, Nago literally comes from a culture where harems are a thing. So, like, should be fine with Lise going around and fucking the warrior light. Though my new, or rather old, by which I mean young... Though this body has a good deal more stamina than the one I wore out on the first, I confess I've been looking forward to a moment's respite. We've had a busy few days, have we not? Lise not allowed to fuck Minifist's girlfriend, not allowed to fuck Y'shtola's girlfriend either. Whatever words are. I guess Lise and Y'shtola can hook up as well, why not? I will turn the end of this game into one big fuck pile, don't you worry. And the world got fucked over by Xenos and Stormblood? That's a different type of fucking. Technically, Minifist made a woman come in front of Y'shtola before they were not in a polycule, thanks to Sardu. So, you know, it's a bit different. It's not an undone pairing on AO3, Lise Y'shtola. Nerd and Jock relationship. The way that Lise and Y'shtola talk to each other, like, before, like, during moments and things like that, it does make sense. Y'shtola returned to just before us. Seems she knows about the towers too. Ah, how good it feels to come home to the Rising Stones. It's here my heart feels most at peace, and my mind's the clearest. It would seem you have had quite an eventful time in my absence, but I'm fully rested now and ready for more. So this is just an android fighting and fucking the same thing. Welcome back, Minifist. Make yourself comfortable and let me know if I can get you anything. Not fish bread. Not fish bread. Ah, you're back too. Good. We've received the reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account? You die! All of you die! I will kick you in the balls until you die! Basically, that. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fandaniel seems even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We only know that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. To be fair, recreating final days can mean so many things. Because the explicit thing that we were told about the final days, that, like, what Emmett told us what the final days was the laws of reality no longer working properly. Like, that's how Emmett described the final days to us. The laws of reality stopped functioning properly. And from the way that he talked about it, I don't know if they ever found out why that happened. Emmett gave no indication that he understood why that happened. He even says to us, like before the Amarot dungeon, if the laws of reality were to come undone again, would you do the same thing? Possibly, kind of. I mean, one, he's trying to make a point there about, like, how we're not as good as him because we wouldn't sacrifice ourselves. But it's, like, kind of gives the impression that even Emmett isn't aware of why the laws of reality came undone. Just that they, like, made a primal that they asked, can you please fix the laws of reality blocks? I think they did say they had no idea why it just suddenly happens, yeah. So it's like, is like Fandaniel's plan with the towers to undo the laws of reality? Is the plan to just like cause mass widespread destruction so it feels similar? is the idea that these towers can, like, spawn the same monsters that were, like, terrorizing everyone in the Amarot dungeon. Like, recreating Final Days can have, like, a very wide spectrum of cause a lot of damage to literally undo the laws of reality, and there's a lot of breadth in the middle of that in terms of what recreating it could imply. Which makes me curious what will happen. Like, what does recreating it mean? To what extent are you trying to do that? Yeah, like, we don't even know what caused the Final Days, so has Fonny Daniel worked out the cause of the Final Days? And that somehow the others didn't, and he's gonna, like, recreate the cause? Is he just gonna make it so it's like, it's not the same thing that's causing it, but it's like a very similar outcome? Well, there's a lot, very broad threats. He also called his dragon Luna Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal, just a lot smaller. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Ascian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can work closer with the Alliance and remain vigilant. That's a lot of MJP. I believe that concludes our news. What's of yours, Y'shtola? I've been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judge it best provide them with the cure first. Fair. Anonymous saw a pig and she was like, oh my god, it's an adorable pig! As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Uldar and delivered the porksies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yeah, my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The Immortal Flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Almaja, when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Almaja claim that a number of their kind have been abducted, and that the men are responsible. So they're doing an economic golden age thanks to Alamigo. I don't hear about Alamigo, though. Not as known of the perpetrators as yet, but the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions. They came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. Clearly, these pigs are made of clay. Do not try to eat them. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yangsha. That's a worry. Then it would seem reasonable to assume they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little now to save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. The Hollowfells are gonna T-pose on Astinian again! Let's go! Astinian! Astinian? Now, just a moment. If you could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I'd be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle to even find him. Not these two. These two won't. You let me and Crow worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. If he indeed is hiding. We have ways of locating him regardless. So if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Oh no. Traumatic flashback moment. We're gonna fucking inflict a PTSD episode on Astinian being chased by lulls again. Astinian's worst nightmares, small women. I have an Astinian detector. That'd be quite easy. Just look for the mysteriously gay-shaped hole and everything. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of porksies. They would doubtless appreciate it. But might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You'd be fresher for the tasks ahead. Take a rest, Alice. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? Considering what we just heard, this feels a little too lighthearted. This feels a little too lighthearted, given, like, we were just told by an Ascian they want to recreate the final days. But it is flirting. But it is flirting with Graha. We're in an era of hope. This is not hopeful enough. We're in an era of hope. Era of hope. We are hope-filled to the max. Now that Manifest is back as a gunbreaker, we're hope-filled to the max. Go for it. Come now, I didn't say that. Well, it may not be the most carefree experience. There is nothing in this world I would rather do than write a new future with you. Wow! Jesus fucking Christ, propose already. Wow. Wow, propose already. Dear God. Along, future minds, whatever the Telophroi might hope, we'll stop them, won't we? Together, a future rewritten? Sure, wants to do the Final Fantasy XIV patch 5.4 futures rewritten with you. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, somewhere in the locks. Okay, that's not Garlemald. That's not Garlemald at all. There's the tower. Again, it's like they're beaconing out with the boom, boom, boom.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them.
Garlemald. Everywhere's Garlemald now, with towers everywhere that are of Garlean make.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
He doesn't look okay.
Glory be. Glory be to Garlemald!
It is the Garlemald everywhere system. Meanwhile in Garlemald! There it is. Tempered? But to Garlemald? Is like my immediate thought process.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Apparently he is. He said he wants to die as well.
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency.
You know what? You know what? Rain check on the killing me, but I might come back to it actually. We'll see how it goes, but maybe do kill me in the future. We'll come back around to it.
For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
We are just gonna endwalker into the most unhinged shit imaginable. Fuck Shadowbringers, and it's like villains that had like their own wants and cares and desires, and the matter of like who is good and who is bad they would claim as a matter of perspective. Fuck Shadowbringers. It's apparently a coward for that. Endwalker needs to have an Ascian who is just like, my goal is to kill everyone. Why? Because I think it would be good if everyone died. We have steered as far away as possible as we can from the likes of Emmett, Silk, and Elidibus in terms of like what our villain should be like. Let's just go in the literal exact furthest possible opposite direction.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Job change for Xenos? Boy, katanas, you have anything cooler? Bro, it's a, I swear to God, if you pick up a gunblade, I'm going to shit and cry. Xenos, I don't know, can we get like a lamp or something? Like, I'm not seeing, I like darkness, but I keep tripping on the steps. Xenos, ever since I remember Hisatsu Kaiten playing Samurai, just doesn't feel the same anymore. Man, Kaiten made me more powerful. Fucking hell. That is not just, that is like the powerful sword that he got during Stormblood. That is like the powerful sword. That was the one that Yotsuyu gave to him to make him more powerful, and it's like the big thing that makes him more powerful when you fight him later on, because he uses that sword instead of the one he had before. Bro just stepped on it and broke it. Casually steps on the most powerful sword he has, and it just shatters. Could have got me some decent at least. Pen and sword. Futures rewritten. Writer of histories. Could still probably decent then. That's right, use some dark matter 8 on it, repair it, and then you can decent then. It's not like it's been obliterated. In the face of this new draconic threat, we would indeed benefit from Estinian's presence. Yet I cannot help but wonder how Kral and Tataru intend to locate him. It certainly seems confident, however. To be fair, Alphino hasn't spoken to Estinian since Heavensward. Because he immediately bounced, and then by the time he came back, you were already, like, on another star. If you seek Riol, he is left to visit each of the allied armies. Link Bell conversations are well and good, he said, but there's no substituting face-to-face meetings for strengthening cooperation. See? We gotta check in with our homies after every quest. When we went to deliver the ice shards, we had occasion to speak with Grahatia. Sister says he acts like an old person, but if you ask me, he seems like a gentleman. He is like 300 years old. Mentally, spiritually, soulfully, I don't know. So I had a little chat with Grahatia. Though he looks as young as any of us, he has the air of an older person about him. I suspect he's seen more than his fair share of trials. Einar, do you want to be in the middle of a Graha and Minefist sandwich? Is that what's going on? Einar, I know your thing for Rose. Does that apply to ones of the femme variety? Or am I not broad enough for it to, like, get your rocks off? I am uncertain. It don't matter, guy, without mentioning his dick. Hori challenged you once before, and now he has his sights set upon Grahatir. I fear history is about to repeat itself. The Grahatir is a versatile combat who excels at all roles in battle. I should very much like to test my bleed and shield against him. God damn it. Oh, sure. Nothing quite like basking in the glow of brothers' fighting spirit. We must make this battle with Grahatir happen. Yes, we must. Did you have a crystal dick before? Well, those are secrets that I will keep close to my chest and not tell anyone. Oh yeah, and there's no one else sitting over here. Riel's gone, and then the other two have gone over to Doma. The Solar. That's why I got the Solar. Solar and like Dawn's Rest, but of course I got them confused. No one hanging out in here anymore because the Nuclear High's gone. Damn. This room will never be used again. No use for the room ever again. Man, it's weird to like, we're now at a point where we're in the store, like, where we've caught up on so much stuff that it's just like, oh, MSQ's ended for today. What else are we doing today? Oh, wait a minute, there literally is nothing else. We actually got caught up on everything. Weird feeling that I have now. I just gotta talk to everyone. Are you two discussing if you two do want to fuck each other while I'm involved? Will the polycule threesome actually happen? You mean we can sleep? Not until I talk to everyone. Can you check the Discord? I can. I am looking at a Discord. Oh, there's towers everywhere. There is also lesbians. I'll read the darkness. While events have taken a grim turn, I must say I've enjoyed our time adventuring together. The visit to Azazlar, not least of all. Since then, I've spent time pondering why Lord Amon rejected Owen's proposal to investigate a cure for iconic corruption. Perhaps he judged the endeavor too difficult to pursue, I considered. But it seems more likely that it was not in Alag's best interest for a cure to exist. Whatever the truth may be, full glad I am that we could finish what Owen began. Oh yeah, I'm now realizing, oh right, 5.3. Like how they immediately went, hey, 5.3 has happened, we can now introduce Rambros into MSQ because you had to do Crystal Tower. And immediately the next patch, hey, we can name drop Amon because you had to do Crystal Tower. So you can be like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Right, they made it mandatory, so now they can just use it all the time. And they are immediately doing that by giving us Rambros and Amon as like little things. I mean, even Graha like had a direct reference to when we first met him in those quests. When we went to Azazlar, so, you know. Using as much of it as they can in the MSQ. I wonder what our friend Emperor Solus would think were he to learn that his own flesh and blood is seeking to usher in the final days. Together with a rogue Ascian, no less. Idle musings aside, I pray that Thanker and Oriange return safely, and with the intelligence we sorely need. No one else in it. He'd be turning in his grave. An actual one this time as opposed to him just napping in the rift between. So, yeah, there's, like, you can see towers now, apparently in Southern Thanalan, yeah, South Shroud, Dravanian Forelands, and the Locks. They're just everywhere now. They're just everywhere now. There's just towers everywhere. Can I bring this up on screen in a way that doesn't kill everyone? Open in browser, if I do this. If I open in browser, I can do it. Boop, 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 and open in browser. Some of these images are very big. Some of the images are very big, as it turns out. But I can do it. But I can bring them on stream. I believe. Do they not show up in game anymore? I'm too lazy to fly to them. Unless you would like me to fly to them. I'm being lazy. I'm being lazy. But there's Thanalan. See it out in the distance. We got ones in the Black Shroud. Way out past the ocean. Dravania Tower's hiding over there. Girabanya's way off in the distance there. They show up in the game, but that needs us to teleport and find them and stuff. Let's have a look for one of them. Which one would probably be the easiest? I feel like Dravania is the easiest because I recognize that as Dravanian Forelands. So I could go Dravanian Forelands. I go to Annex Shrine. Oh, Thanalan. Thanalan has no trees. But I don't want to look at a desert. Is it the hot spring? Oh, well. The weather is shit here, so... Because it should be somewhere over there. But I don't think we're seeing it in this weather. Is that it there? I'm seeing two spots in the horizon that look a bit weird. Is that it there? There's this color. I want to say that that's totally it. That's absolutely it, I'm pretty sure. I can't think of what else would be over. Yeah, that's... Damn. Damn. Damn funny, Daniel. You got some evil shit going on here. So evil. Fucking weather! This is why when they first showed it, it was a forced weather thing. Classic 14 weather ruining the atmosphere. Well, we have heat waves here. Oh. God, right. We're in a place with no light pollution. Ah, there it is. This one's very easy to see. Gotta say, though, heat wave weather at a nighttime in Thanalan? Fuck me. No light pollution, nothing affecting the sky at all. God, that is a pretty fucking universe. Probably a good number you can find. I know more than 4. I imagine they're fucking look, gold saucer though. But gold saucer though. Yeah, they're just everywhere now. I hate light pollution. It's like one of the things that I can think of on the cruise that I went on. Which, other than making me very aware that I never, ever want to go on a cruise again because I felt so awful about so much of the horrible things about it. If there's one thing I can say about being on a cruise, is that being able to be in the middle of the fucking ocean at nighttime when there is a full moon. Holy shit. I have never seen a more beautiful sky. Ocean's fucking scary. Never mind the cruise exploitation. Okay, we're actually pretty fucking close to this one. It kind of looks like they sprouted out of the ground. Like these were hiding underground and then they went shunk. It's kind of the impression that I get. They were there and then they went, ta-da! The chest bursted out. I saw Titanic, you can't trick me. Like, the light going into the sky is one thing. The constantly pulsing beacon is another worry. It constantly pulsing is a very big concern as well. Why does it keep doing that? Why is it doing that? Again, like that guy came back being like, "Glory be to Garlemald!" Did the 5G temper him? And his god is Garlemald? Like... I mean, I don't even know if it would be tempering. This seems like a completely different fucking thing, but, you know. Equivalent of it. This is tempering's on the mind. It's been a cure of it all day. I didn't think I'd roll out the new tombstones without the 5G towers. I'm officially... Ow, 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 ow! I'm fine. Ow. Ow. Sorry, I just had to stretch my body and it didn't like doing that. Ow. I'm intrigued by where the story's going from here, I will say that. Today was an amazing, sojourn into Limsa, which paid off shit to an extent that I couldn't possibly imagine, and it was amazing. And now they've, like, very firmly set up, hey, by the way, shit's gonna get fucked in 5.5. Get ready for Endwalker, bitch. Slap me in the face. Val. What are you writing next to me? Hello. Time to go farm the 5G tower. Game, let me be a pervert. Game's not letting me be a pervert. Brr. Game's not letting me be a pervert. Cool and normal. Your voice is much higher pitched than I thought it would be. So, everything will be fine. Tomorrow will be Bosnia. I don't even have to ask at this point. I don't even have, well, unless there's anything specifically like that shows up because like a tower like that. Nothing specifically shows up because of like, again, like there's no side questing that we have to do or anything. Because we're fucking done with it all. We finish our objectives for the day and we actually can just turn in everything. And it'll be like that until we get to like post Endwalker. Well, actually, I guess we should hopefully be doing a turn in after the trial series because of Bosnia. But, you know. Degraha. I've always had that voice. I don't recognize people's voices in this game as much. I don't hear them much because my character is, like, really far away. So I never hear people's voices. Hey, man, if there's, like, 3 crises currently happening, can you, like, take care of one? I will go and help liberate Bosnia. I will go deal with, like, the Ultima weapon shit. And I will go continue liberating Bosnia. And then I'll worry about the evil towers. That's the order of events of, like, the next couple of streams. The next couple of streams is, the things. What was I saying? So tomorrow's stream, because I'm also streaming tomorrow. She knows? What do I know? There are rumors. I don't know what you're all talking about. I feel like I'm left out. I feel like I'm left out of loop with the conversation. There is the thing. Trial series. We were told it. Yeah, it's Ultima weapon. It has to do, I don't know what we're gonna fight, but it's like a trial series. And Gaius was just like, they're making Ultima weapon prototypes. So we're probably gonna fight an Ultima weapon prototype, at least for one of them. Like, we saw the Ultima weapon prototype in Estinian's thing. It was sucking someone mad sloppy style. So much that it did whatever the fuck it did to him. So there's that. And then Gaius was just like, yeah, that happened. Help us. But, yeah, so tomorrow's stream, because I'm also streaming tomorrow, I'm streaming 4 days in a row for 14. Tomorrow is the start of the second zone of Bosnia. We finally entered the second zone, Poggies. Next week will be the trial series. The week after that will be finishing the second zone of Bosnia, possibly. Probably in this order, but not guaranteed. It depends on how much I have to grind Bosnia, and, like, how difficult it is. But it should be Bosnia tomorrow, trial series next week, end of Zone 2 Bosnia, like the equivalent of Castrum, and then the end of the storyline of Bosnia. And then 5.5, and then Endwalker. Possible that 5.5 and the end of Bosnia Zone 2 might be swapped. It depends on how much I have to grind and how many steps I have to grind for Bosnia Zone 2. Because if I need an extra week to make sure I can finish Bosnia Zone 2, then I'll move 5.5 to be before it, and then the last thing we do before Endwalker will be Bosnia Zone 2. But that more so depends on how it goes. Because I don't have to finish the relic when I finish Zone 2. I just need to be, like, kind of close. So, I mean, to be fair, I'll probably need to, like, do the equivalent of Castrum to finish the relic anyways. So as long as we can get to that stage, it'll be a case of, like, do Bosnia Zone 2, that unlocks the Castrum equivalent, which means I can work on the final stage of the relic, and then, like, at the end of the 5.5 stream, I turn it in to finish the relic. But it depends on how it goes. So those might be swapped, but the next two are definitely Bosnia then Trials. That'll definitely be that, and then end of Bosnia and 5.5 might be either way around. We are very rapidly approaching Endwalker, and by that I mean we're starting it like a month from now. But we are rapidly approaching Endwalker. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready for, like, the final chapter of the story that catches up to where I started the game when it started, and also the final chapter of, like, everything that's been building up. So little left, so much hype. And there's a lot of game after beating 6.0. There's still a shitload of game, but, like, everything that we've been doing has been building up to Endwalker, and then everything that we're built up to will end in Endwalker. To what extent that means, I don't know, because again, of the way the story of this game works, like, I can't imagine everything that happens up until end of 6.0 just never, ever gets mentioned again as we go forward. But, like, the big conflict of everything that's been building up, Garlemald, Ascian, Zodiac, Eidolon, that should, I imagine, all end in Endwalker. But tomorrow, will be, what's it called? Bosnia. So thank you all so much for watching. I will see you all for that, and then for the rest of 14. So, until then, this is version 2, signing out.